Combats aren't just about stats and skill anymore. If your army's morale breaks, you may lose the battle. Now, let's talk about heroes and units. The changes here are massive. We've redesigned weapons with new models, combat feedback, and skill sets. We're also bringing in the one-handed sword, twin sword, halberd, and the crossbow to give you a unique combat experience tailored to this world. For your armies, dozens of legendary units are joining the roster, like the Tiger and Leopard cavalry. We've scaled up unit sizes to make fights feel more intimidating. Recruitment is now tied to geography. You have to go to the Northwest region to recruit the Northwest Heavy Cavalry. Combined with authentic voice lines, your units feel like living armies. Next up is faction war. The real charm of the Three Kingdoms is the politics, the dynamic shifts between allies and enemies. To capture that, we completely overhauled how factions work. NPC faction relationships are no longer static. They evolve based on the state of the war. Every alliance you make or city you attack can shift the balance of power on the server. Resources and the economy are now the backbone of the game. Every war you wage, unit you recruit, or siege engine you build relies on resources flowing across the world. This means players who prefer logistics and crafting are now absolutely essential to winning a war. We've added a stronghold construction system. Every city on the map can be upgraded and fortified by players. Cities won't just easily reset back to level 1. They are long-term strongholds that your faction needs to manage and defend. You'll also see a complete Han Dynasty military rank and official title system. From basic ranks to high officials, every battle you fight and contribution you make translates into real status and identity. Another huge addition to the world is the massive war zone, offering maps larger than 8 square kilometers. With expanded borders and complex routes, tactics completely change. There is a lot more room for frontline combat, backline support, and troop deployment. Terrain, logistics, morale, and tactics will decide the battle. By the time we built everything, this world had the sheer volume of a brand new game. And that is why it requires a standalone client to run properly. This DLC marks a massive new chapter for Conqueror's Blade's 7th anniversary. Alongside our upcoming anniversary events, we're also upgrading the CBL to match the feel of Three Kingdoms. One last thing. We've hidden a lot of Three Kingdoms Easter eggs out there in the world, crafted with a lot of love for the history. You'll find plenty to explore. Thanks for watching. I'm Miles. Let's look forward to the next 7 years of Conqueror's Blade.
Hello and welcome everybody to Conqueror's Blade League European. And once again, here as your main cast, the Furious T. Unfortunately, not joined by Bruder Ritter. I know we all love him, we all shower him with our affection, but he is not here with us today. Instead, we are joined here by Alpha Nitrate.
Hello guys, some of you might remember me from the last CBL, but this time it's my first time casting the CBL 2026, so I will be looking forward to some amazing matches, and of course the first time casting with you, Furious, so
Yes, it'll be a wonderful time. I'm sure you're gonna have a great time here. I mean, unfortunately, your first time isn't during the group stages where there's a lot of action. You can make quite a few mistakes. Now we're in the elimination stages where the stakes are a little bit higher, but you know, I'm sure you will still have a great time here.
Yeah.
That being said, today we have some good matches. We have Story Enjoyers versus Slap. We have Copper Collectors versus LYNX. Poor but Sexy versus Story Enjoyers Academy, and then Yeah Buddy versus Kermit. I mean, these are going to be some good matches. Any match you're really looking forward to here?
Yeah, I mean, I know some of the teams also from the last CBL and the CBR, so I will be definitely looking forward to Yeah Buddy versus Kermit, the last match of today. Two amazing teams, and they will definitely go head to head there. And of course, the first one for today, Story Enjoyers versus Slap. I also like how Story Enjoyers play, how they played in the past, so I'm very excited already for the first match we will have today.
Yeah, exactly. Story Enjoyers versus Slap. I mean, this will be a great matchup. Both teams went 2-0 in their group stages, so these are both undefeated teams so far. So starting out with a bang coming into the Hidden City. That being said, let's go over the bans for this matchup of Hidden City. We did have a Halong Fjord, and then we have the bands of Spartan Chosen, White Plume Guard, Tiger and Leopard Cav, Lion Roar Crew, Doppelsotter, and Falconetti Gunners with a save of Schützedingers and Rattan Vipers. I mean, Falconetti Gunner ban. That is a crazy ban. I mean, it is Hidden City. You know, Hidden City is a tower denial map. But are we really that scared of tower denial that we're banning Falconetti Gunners?
Yeah, I feel like with the Lion Roar Crew and the Falconetti Gunners ban, they will have an easy time reaching the walls with the towers. I think that's exactly what they're looking for. I mean, Story Enjoyers, they are capable of just denying the towers a full match, so now they shouldn't be too worried about. And yeah, on the other side, Story Enjoyers spanning 2 times shields, they just want to make those fights quicker.
Yeah, these will be very fast fights without those tier 5 shields. I mean, Spartan Chosen, really good for pushing and tankiness, and you know, and then White Plume, I mean, you just can't push that White Plume while it's in its immortality phase. So there's a lot, these fights will probably be a lot faster. So we'll probably see the Reaper Claymore combo that we saw in previous matches when these tower shields are gone. You know, Reaper Claymore has so much damage reduction that even without these tower shields, they will still do amazing things. But I mean, without Lion or Falconetti, these teams are gonna, I wonder if we will see any javelins instead to break these towers.
Oh yeah, that's always a possibility, and together with the artillery that the defense can place, I would expect them to at least deny 1 round of towers with maybe some javelins, maybe only the cannons if they are placing them correct and land all the shots. But then I think we won't see a full match of tower deny.
Yeah, I do agree there. I don't think if these teams somehow do a full match of tower denial, I think the other team is maybe making some severe mistakes. I know blue artillery can break these towers quite a few times, but I don't think they'll be able to keep up the entire match. So we'll probably be going back down on the walls to this floor, that B fight area.
Oh yeah, and then I think the B fight area with also Lion Roars and Falconetti banned will be quite a close range combat. No long-range artillery combat, maybe some blue artillery being placed there, but I think it will all come down to the infantry fight. Maybe I see the Red and Vipers there saved from Slap and the Shitsteins from Sturringers. I think those will be the two ranged units being brought. Maybe some longbows, one unit of Royal Longbowmen to snipe them, or something else, but I don't think that will be too much of a deal here. So I would expect really some Reapers, some Claymores, and then just brute force it onto the point, maybe some cavalry as well, and take care, of course, to stop them and just clash it out on the B point.
Exactly. I mean, you said Royal Longbows, and I would be impressed if any single team ever brings any range that isn't shoots a dinger, Zycalian Militia, even though Zycalian Militia, you know, we're not really seeing much value out of them, but shoots a dinger. I mean, we did see Viper saved, but with yellow turbans aren't banned, so you just throw a yellow turban heal, and those Vipers really aren't doing much anymore.
Yeah, definitely.
So, I mean, either way, I don't know how much this range is going to really do besides shoots a dinger. I mean, shoots a dinger have so much healing that it's hard to say that they will not be useful. But I mean, yeah, these will definitely be just a standard infantry fight of Reaper Claymore. We've seen it so many times again, and I don't think really any team has figured out a true counter to Reaper Claymore yet. That's just such a... I don't think we have a unit that can really deal with that much damage reduction besides Wuxing Pikemen with high damage reduction. And wait a minute. Queens weren't banned. We have Queens!
Yeah. Oh! That's
we
amazing.
Have Queen's Knights. What is Queen's Knights them? Never mind. Screw a damage reduction. We'll just use Queen's Knights. Now we'll get through Reapers and Claymores, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, who needs damage reduction if you can just have damage immunity?
Yeah, damage immunity and such a high minimum damage that you don't care about this like 70-80% damage reduction of the unit. You're still doing 1,400 damage. It's
absolutely.
So we'll probably see a lot of queens. I wouldn't be surprised if we see 30 queens be brought into this match. But other than that, I mean, let us see exactly. And yeah, I'm already seeing quite a few queens. I'm also seeing Zweihanders once again be brought by story enjoyers. Only one so far though.
Yeah, I mean, queens are just all over the field here. Almost everyone is bringing them. I see some Shenjis on the right side from Slap as a special unit. Then, of course, a ton of Claymores as well, just to bring in this damage reduction. Then the Shitsteins, some Red and Vipers, and a bit of green and golden calf on the right side. Left side, it feels just like almost the same picture, but a ton less Claymores here from story enjoyers.
Sorry, not having as much Claymores. Maybe instead favoring them quite simply just as the buff and relying more on the other units to do the damage. It makes sense here, especially when you have Queens and Reapers available. You don't need these Claymores to damage. You just really need them for that support. And we are seeing the double Shenji on the story enjoyer side. And we do see the green jabs on Slap, so they will be using those jabs to break the towers, as we discussed earlier. I'm not the greatest fan of green jabs, but I know a lot of teams do not favor jabs outside of tower denial, so I understand why we have to use green jabs and aren't using a purple jab like Galahad Spearman, even though I love Galahad Spearman.
Yeah, and I think the biggest advantage from those green javelins is they can just reload the ammo by hitting the tower, so they will never run out of ammo and can just consistently attack those towers with the javelin. So that just saves you a bit of time with not having to run to the supply and refill them.
Sure. As we go into our opening cutscene, I mean, we're probably going to be in, even after this cutscene, we're going to be in a cutscene because tower denial, you know, it's quite a bit of time before we actually see a true combat here.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we go.
There we go into it. I do see a story enjoyer starting with 2 longbows. Longbow being actually really good here to just snipe the arty. You know, it is very slow at killing arty, but it is the only class that can chip away at this arty from max range.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you can see some muskets on the bottom also doing the same job, just throwing up the grenades and dealing with a lot more artillery because their ultimates can just deal so much damage to it. And like that, already a bit of artillery is denied here. Trap for another one, not destroying it though. Oh, but there it goes.
You gotta always, the trap always baits us into thinking that it's gonna miss, but those last few ball trap hits always manage to hit, and you're like, barely edges you out there. We do see these longbows shooting into these militia. Story Enjoyers has a mortar down there as well, probably trying to kill these green militia as fast as possible. First wave of towers obviously is going to go down here. If any, well, actually, this close tower is decently healthy. Yeah, we got Martellatory pushing it.
It's Half-Life having the Martellatory buff. I don't see too much from the defense shooting at it, so there might be a possibility. Javelin's now focusing it, but the trap also doing a decent job here. Musket from the defense on the ground. That might slow it down a bit more, but it feels desperate from the defense here.
Yeah, that's desperation. A musket jump is the least you want to jump, but I mean, he stopped the tower for a bit.
Yeah, but it keeps moving. It's enough Martellatory to keep it moving, but there it goes.
Shimi did just enough delay. Shimi didn't jump there. I think that tower does land, so that musket dive did work out. It's just he's now on a death, and now another Slap member goes down. So Slap already having 2 people on first death. The best didn't look like he did much either. So I mean, for first wave of towers already losing 2 people, not the greatest of showing there.
Yeah, I think
at least you did defend it, but
yeah, that's the main point. Good trap here from the dual blade, just sneaking in the back, placing that trap, and still being alive. Probably losing its life though in the progress.
Sleepy running around being a nuisance. That dual blades always love being a nuisance here, but there is rough. I'm sure this poleaxe is choke old poleaxe. So trap coming in here, a little bit of dual back here, and he goes down.
And the trap also avoided from the defense, so good job there from the defense, only losing some pieces of artillery. Not too much lost, at least from this engagement. It feels like the next round of towers will make it to the walls. I don't see a Slap denying those. The middle one being full health, they will just absolutely land.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, that far tower there should hopefully be going down. I mean, they still have all 3 of their cannons, but I don't know if someone's just missing their shots or if some coordination wasn't had there, but that tower's okay. There we go. Very last second tower break there.
And the left one is also going down, so that means only 1 tower remaining for the Story Enjoyers, and they will have to decide if they want to commit to it or if they still want to wait for the second tower to be able to go up 2 towers. And I feel like they want to commit there.
I think they want to commit here. I mean, Slap's doing good damage to this tower, but only getting to half health. It's just not enough. And yeah, it looks like Story is just immediately running up this tower, not waiting for any other towers to land, and Slap is just giving it up.
Yeah, absolutely. They are pulling new units. They are pulling the units for the ground. I see some phalanx there. They are just prepared to defend the B point. Just lone bastard sword here on the top to scout, and it feels like Story Enjoyers is not even going up the tower.
Weird Treb here hit the gate. I don't know if someone just misplayed or if they were trebbing to make sure we don't go in. Kind of a weird Treb landing there. Slap having a lot of units retreating or moving around. A little disorganized here from Slap, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like they still don't have the final setup.
Queen 1v1?
Queens 1v2. That's not really the
other
position
queens
you want to be
watching.
in. Second unit of queens, but that's another 1v2. So those attacking queens should have a good time dealing with those 2 units. And yeah, that's exactly why you don't want to send in your units one by one, but all together always.
Slap Pixel Nick just died there, and that was his second death, so he is on final life.
Oh.
Already, and we haven't even seen our first true engagement here. And Slap already having a member on, oh, this trap's going to be, oh, is it going to get the shoots? Nah, it doesn't get the shoots. Okay.
No.
Looks like one of those shoots got hit. It got knocked back away, but they will live to tell the tale.
Yeah, absolutely. And you don't need the full set of units because Shootsteen is just a few remaining can also do a lot of heal. Of course, not the area of effect as effective as before, but still a decent job. And now artillery phase is on, and it feels like the defense just has to retreat to the left-hand supply point, maybe even, because they're just being hammered by those mortars from the walls.
Yeah. I got mortars, I got cannons. I think that was a Scorpio shot I saw as well. Story Enjoyer is really flaunting their artillery advantage here.
Oh yeah, no.
Slap to the point where
I think they're committing to the supply point, from the minimap left-hand supply point.
As far as supply, already starting the capture on that supply. Doesn't look like Slap will be sending anybody to block it, so Story will at least capture it. But I would be impressed if they ever pull a unit off of this supply.
Yeah, absolutely. They are just setting up some ballistas in the middle, and I feel like they want to commit to this middle road. And I'm expecting some kind of flank here from Slap just to punish them for only going for one lane if they commit to it.
Slap doesn't look like they have any cavalry out, so not going to be the fastest of flanks. Probably just going to be a Queen's Knight flank, which is still a good flank, but it won't be as devastating as a cavalry in the back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially since I'm looking, and I think Story Enjoyers only has this one phalanx as anti-gas, so they're putting a lot of trust into this phalanx player.
Yeah, absolutely, but I think one phalanx should be enough, and here comes the push. They are just going straight down the middle, placing some artillery, and getting ready to move on to the point. Good trap as well.
Good trap, preemptive trap will get a lot of slap down. Big Shenji Grenadier at the same spot as the Treb keeps them there. Everything on that right side has been destroyed as now Story Enjoyers pushes into Slap, and Slap's already looking very weak. The cavalry from Story Enjoyers coming in as well. These Yans are fully charged as they sweep through the left side. Those phalanx will not be able to stop them, and all that's left of Slap is this flank route of two queens in the back of Story Enjoyers, but the phalanx have turned around and are now dealing with these queens very quickly. And Slap, I mean, a very fast fight.
They just got annihilated down the point. Beautiful Shenji plus trap combination to completely wipe out the right side of the defense. And then only having left the left side, they just got overwhelmed there. And you can just see it on the unit count here. 1.5k units left against the 1k from Slap. So Story Enjoyer has huge advantage already.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking back into the VOD here. Story Enjoyer has lost about 70 units in that trade.
Oh, that's
Slap lost 400.
That's just incredible.
That is an unreal trade for Story Enjoyers. Like, that is just a devastating amount. I mean, that Shenji plus Treb hit. The Shenji's keeping all those units in the Treb area, beautifully timed to the point where they just completely eviscerated one side, so they didn't have to worry about it. They put like very few units over there and just dealt with the other side. And Slap's flank, I mean, two queens, they are queens, so they're going to do great things, but it's just not enough when your front line dies that fast.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the front line was dead when the flank began, so everyone from Story Enjoyers was able to turn around and just focus on that flank. So the flank just also fighting 2v10, then that's just not going to be the greatest flanks of all times.
Now we see Slap, a very standard home defense here. I know a lot of teams usually prefer to push out, and yep, we will be seeing Slap push out into Story Enjoyers. See how Story Enjoyers responds to this. They are a little scrambled here, maybe not fully prepared. Treb coming in. Never mind, we're perfectly prepared to fight in this alleyway here. It's intersection. Treb led in. That's
my god.
Maybe
that
a little
trap
bit
is
more
amazing.
friendly fire than we want, but it's still a massive trebuchet. The Yanya Dao's going in, getting those queens as well. But the Shinji Grenadiers by Shimmy on the side there get massive damage into these phalanx, but it's just not enough. Slap is getting pushed all the way back yet again.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the setup from Story Enjoyers there. Being able to pinch a slap from two sides. Kutuli is now only desperately trying to get any value here. Getting some of the queens, I think, and the Shinji, but that's just too late, too little too late. Story Enjoyers on the endpoint, only 600 units left from Slap. And I mean, Story Enjoyers, they just lost 200 units and Slap once again 400. So once again, a perfect trade here from Story Enjoyers. And now that's what's left of the defense of Slap.
Zian's back. Oh, they didn't do as much as I thought they would. I think the Reapers with their CCI were able to stop the Yans in their track there. As now Slap is just frantically trying to get back onto this point and stall, but 5.5 minutes, home is already 80% captured. Even if they get back onto this point and wipe Story Enjoyers, I would be impressed if Slap brings this back into their control.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can already see Story Enjoyers bringing some reinforcements in here, some Reapers and Queens and the Phalanx to make sure the cavalry from Slap is not going anywhere. And there you go, the cavalry just running straight head on into the Phalanx. And it feels like that trap is just ending the hopes of Slap here. 20% left, another cavalry straight into the Phalanx. And that should be the endpoint captured in the next few seconds. Only some heroes left from Slap, and I don't see any way they can hold on to this point.
Yeah, I mean, Slap is definitely holding on for dear life. They stalled another minute there, but, you know, they have 4.5 minutes. That's just not enough time to be able to hold on. As we go into our MVPs of the two teams, MVP on the Story Enjoyer side, Mask Flames, I believe the captain and also the shot caller, 607, 133 unit kills. This man is leading his team beautifully. Not the highest of hero damage, but I'm sure he has a lot going on to the point where, I mean, his stats are so good that who cares about his hero damage not being that high for a Bastard Sword. I mean, they wiped the team so handily. As we go down below him, the So Sleepy, we saw that Dual Blades causing a ruckus in the Slap side in the earlier part of the battle. 4, 2, and 4, 62 unit kills. Great job by him doing MVO, so the contribution badge. And then we go down to Writer as our most valuable assist player. Glaive player, 106 with 104 unit kills. Doing the support points probably brought a lot of supporting units to shoots and dingers. Also Glaive buff. I mean, it's just a wonderful class to be. Almost always gets that badge. As we go over to the Slap side, we have Shimi as our MVP. We did see Shimi dive the tower at the start. 030, 898 unit kills, 579,000 hero damage. Great job by Shimi. We saw him do some amazing plays. Unfortunately, just wasn't enough. But, I mean, he still did a great job trying to carry his team to the victory. As we go down to below, Slap Elite Dusk, most valuable tank. 011, 42 unit kills. Taking almost, about 4 million damage taken there. So taking a good amount of damage, but we're just not dealing damage. We just couldn't kill anybody. So it just wasn't enough. And then we'll go just above him to Teros, 021, 72 unit kills. This is, the second highest on unit kills on the team. So he did a great job, but once again, these Bastard Swords are just not getting the damage they need to be doing in order to be carried. As we go over to our post-battle analysis.
Oh, yeah.
And
oh my god, you can just see it here perfectly displayed. The first fight from Story Enjoyers, they just almost lost nothing. That's just something other teams lose in the artillery phase. You can see a Slap almost losing the amount of units from the artillery of Story Enjoyers that Story Enjoyers lost in that whole fight. And that's just absolutely amazing here.
Yeah, I mean, that gap is so tremendous during this. You see the second fight, it's a little bit smaller of a gap there, so not as tremendous of a difference, but and then at the end, Slap started getting some kills, but it just wasn't enough. And then looking at the hero kill differential, that's 8 to 27. That's a 19 hero kill difference.
Yeah.
that's a third of your team's lives right there, and
You
just
don't
kills. So
recover
that's
from that.
you just can't recover. I mean, Slap was unfortunately slapped around in this fight, and they just weren't able to compete with Story Enjoyers dominating force here. I mean, we saw those team fights were just so beautifully executed by Story Enjoyers, and Slap just they tried, but it just seemed like Story Enjoyers was really dictating where these fights happened, and Slap was just running into it every time.
Yeah, they had just no chance there trying to hold on to those points.
Yeah. So, unfortunate by Slap here, but now they will be on the attack here. Hidden City is a little different in how you do its attack versus defense. I mean, I say Hidden City's easier to defend. You know, you can do tower denial, which buys you a lot of time. So, I mean, now on the attack, it's going to be a little bit harder for Slap. Definitely a little bit harder.
Absolutely. And they, I mean, in the attack, they can dictate where the fight is coming and where they want to push. So I think that could make it a bit easier for them. And they don't have to worry about the trap. As before, I think the traps were just beautifully placed from Story Enjoyers. But in the end, I feel like seeing how dominant Story Enjoyers were in their attack, I feel like Story Enjoyers should have this second round as well, unless Slap figures out a way to really be able to attack this.
Yeah, I would be impressed if Slapper brings this back, especially after that last performance. But, you know, maybe they are a better attacking team than defending team. I mean, we could just hope for that, especially on his city, especially. Yeah, like I said before, it's definitely a better defender side, but Story made it seem like this was such an attacker-sided map. I mean, beautifully executed, so...
Yeah, I think it helps having the Lion Ross and the Falconetti's banned. I feel like Slap banned those units for their attack. I mean, of course, in the defense, they struggle without them, but in the attack, they will have a bit more freedom pushing those towers. So their bans were definitely more aimed towards the attack, and now they should have a bit easier way into the city, or at least on the city walls. But I feel like as soon as they go down into the streets, they will be met by a really strong Story Enjoyer setup.
Yeah, and I mean, given those fights, Slap, it was so decisively in Story Enjoyer's favor that even if Slap gets A, I don't know if they get B with how this is going. I mean, they were losing every 15v15. Maybe they have to do more flanking rounds, try to find a little bit skirmishes. But I mean, Story was also grouped up that entire time. They were always walking as a 15-man blob. So you can't really try to find skirmishes if the enemy team is just walking as one the entire time. That being said, now that they're on the Story's on the defense, you know, you get A and you get an artillery phase down there, it's going to force Story Enjoyers to spread out a lot more. So, I mean, Slap has the advantage of hopefully spreading out Story Enjoyers with the artillery phase and then going down and hopefully getting a more skirmish style fighting and winning off of that rather than these 15-man blob types.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they have now the artillery advantage. They have 30 pieces instead of the 15 before. I feel like Slap, they really had a hard time because they weren't able to set up any more artillery after their first culverins they placed against the towers, and then they were just being hammered by those mortars until they just had to retreat from the positions. And now they can use that advantage against Story Enjoyers. They can just force them out of the position where they want to go. They can just weaken the units. And even though we already have a ton of good healing units, I feel like having a good mortar setup, they can just not be healed against.
Yeah, I mean, we could try to bring Yellow Turbans to kind of counter the healing. It's not going to do that great, but yeah, I mean, this artillery advantage by Slap now, hopefully they really exercise their artillery advantage. You know, attackers have that double artillery above the defenders, and this being a tower denial map really forces the defenders to use almost all of their artillery to break these towers. I mean, maybe Story Enjoyers just gives up A and says, yeah, we don't care about breaking these towers. We know we will beat you on the floor. And instead saves all their artillery for this B fight area. Maybe using it as counter artillery when Slap is on the wall, so they break all their artillery, forcing Slap to either go back for another piece of artillery or just push down. I mean,
yeah, but still, Slap will have the high ground, and I mean, fighting the mortars on the walls with your mortars on the ground where you can't even see exactly where you're shooting at, that's just not a good time you will have on the ground. So I feel like the only real opportunity they would have is even going back to the end point, and that means dropping B as well. I have seen teams in the past only defending the end point, but that's just so much time, and you still have only 50 pieces of artillery against 30.
It's so much time, and it's so risky as well, because if you lose one fight, you're really scrambling back. I mean, that's your home point. You can't give up home. So, you know, going back to home is very risky, but I mean, if you're confident that you can beat the other team, it is a guaranteed win, but at the same time, just beat them at A or B. You know, they could do Treb denial, break all the Trebs, and then just hold the A point. Which, I mean, we have seen other teams try to do that. I don't think a team has successfully done it yet, but we have seen it pan out and, you know, defend a few times. I'm curious if Story Enjoyers will be doing that instead of the standard tower denial.
I mean, trap denial, it's just really hard to pull off because you only have those 15 pieces of artillery, and the traps are quite tanky, so you have to land all the shots. I know in the last CBL, some teams pulled it off successfully. They destroyed all the traps and just defended on A. But once again, you don't have any artillery left after that. The towers will land immediately, and then what are you going to do against 3 towers? You can be pushed from 3 different directions.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely becomes a lot more of a rotation game if you don't break these towers, but I mean, Story Enjoyers, how they were performing, maybe they don't really care about this rotation game and say, yeah, we'll beat you in every single rotation game. We do not care. Just, we'll give you all these options, you know, land every tower. And here's your options to do whatever. You just can't Treb us. You know, Slap would still be able to place some mortars on the ground or, you know, come onto the wall and place some artillery. But we haven't really seen many teams do that. And I think when you do these Treb denial, you're holding at the tower landing spot. So wherever they come up, you're holding them there. So even then, kind of hard to get on the wall, place artillery, and bomb them out. Either way, we'll see. We'll see exactly how it pans out as we are going to be entering the lobby here very shortly. We're going through a little bit of a loading screen, so we will be seeing exactly how Slap does their attack and how Story Enjoyers does their defense.
Oh yeah, and I mean, you can already see a kind of similar setup here on both sides. I mean, the units are just that strong. The attack Slap bringing a ton of failings this time around. I don't see that many claymores anymore. And the defense, I feel like they're just sticking to what they want. And I see quite some cavalry on the side of the defense, so I don't think we will see a point denial. A ton of culverins also being brought by Story Enjoyers, so they will focus the traps. And yeah, I think that's just quite the same defense plan as we've seen before from Slap.
Yeah, a very normal defense plan here. I do see ASAPs being brought by Slap Elite Dusk. You know, gotta bring in our fun unit every once in a while. And I also think Shimi is bringing Yeoman. I believe that's it's probably Dagger Axe Cav. I doubt it's Yeoman.
Yeah, I also doubt it. I mean, Dagger Axe, they are just perfect for flanks. And I feel like being a light armor class with the dual blade, maybe just sneaking through the enemy lines and then having the Dagger Axe just wiping everything behind him, that could work out quite well.
Also, Shimi bringing the green archers, those Iron Cap archers. We haven't really been seeing Iron Cap archers in play really in any of these tournament teams. You know, I believe at the start of the season they got no, I believe it was start of last season. They got buffed to, you know, having quite a few explosive volleys, and then were nerfed afterwards to have a little bit less explosive damage volleys. But they are still a good AoE damaging unit, but bringing Iron Cap archers while Shenji are available is definitely an interesting play.
Yeah, I mean, they are very much cheaper, so you can just bring them if you don't have the leadership to bring in Shenji. But as you said, they are not that strong, and having one unit so weak in your attacking lineup, I feel like they are just the last units he will bring there, and only an option if all of his other strong units are gone and the team needs something to be kind of Shenji-like.
Yeah. And I mean, they kind of are Shenji, like they're just not Shenji. They don't have the arc that a Shenji has. They don't have the damage that a Shenji has. But they do still do good damage in a very tight blobs. That AoE damage is still nothing to be trifled with. But I would be impressed if that unit got more than 2 kills here with all these units.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like the disruption effect, the CC effect of the Iron Caps is also way lower than from the Shenji, so they also won't be that helpful in throwing off the enemy units and just knocking them over. And I'm not sure, but I think this first trap didn't hit where it should have hit.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very hard spot to hit if they're on that middle tower, you know. Aiming these traps can be a little bit hard when you're so far away and there's so much land there to hit. You can be like, oh yeah, this will hit, and then it actually highlights and you're like, this wasn't even close.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just wasn't even close to hitting this culvert. This time though, that culvert is going down.
Perfect. Absolutely.
Will it hit? Oh, 2 miss. 3. It's gone.
Yeah, that was a great trap.
That was a way better trap here.
And I feel like the middle tower could land. Oh, but all the muskets are grouping there, so I feel
there's
like
5. Story has 6 muskets on the field right now, and a short bow.
But they are placing new culverines, so that's quite expensive for them.
Yeah, definitely a panic. Oh, they let it land!
Oh.
Story Enjoyers having quite a misplay here. First rotation of towers, middle tower lands.
That's just
it's at 1 HP too. I mean, Story Enjoyers has 6 muskets, double short bow out.
And
they have the classes.
More culverins there to destroy it, and still didn't get it. That's a good opening here from Slap.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a tremendous misplay by Story Enjoyers. It looks like they will just immediately be giving up the A point, or at least are swapping classes now. You know, you don't want to start these engagements with 6 muskets, 2 short bows. I would be very impressed if they decided to start with that. But yeah, I mean, this tower is 1 HP, and I'm very surprised they let it land.
Yeah, I feel like they still want to defend it here. They don't want to let the A point down on the first round, and I'm not quite sure what to think about this, because the trap is still up, and if Slap plays it correctly, if they play a bit of a baiting game and then just hammer in those traps and the mortars on the ground, that could just really weaken Story Enjoyers units.
I mean, definitely with this tower being landed, Story Enjoyers has to keep some units semi near the tower, you know, in case Slap ever comes up. And you see where Slap has now placed the artillery barrage, the more barrage, the Iron Cap archers are doing an explosive volley as well. So it's forcing Story to really sit behind this building, and it's punishing any of them for peeking their pinky toe out.
Yeah, and I think that's the one and only position where the Iron Caps are better than Shenji, because they can hit this and the Shenji would have no chance of hitting there.
Look at these Iron Cap archers. They're hitting the entire A point. They aren't doing anything, but it looks cool. They're doing their great jobs. This right does look like both the other towers will be landing this rotation here. Maybe this left tower won't be. It is 1 HP, so it just needs 1 cannon shot there. But Nope, it will be
it
landed. So we have
landed as
every
well.
tower landed, and Slap slowly walking up this tower, maybe doing a little bit of a bait game. They're not all gumming up.
Oh, but they're
Story's
committing.
meeting them.
Why?
Sorry,
Why
it's
are the
coming.
shields going in that much? The IPG
Okay,
is
but-
just being sacrificed there immediately, and that was a bit of a misplay from Slapter, pushing in those IPGs that far.
Yeah, definitely lost those ISG, not IPG. Imperial
ISG
Spear
is
Guard there.
Yeah, sorry.
Maybe got a little bit too overzealous, walked a little bit too far from his tower, lost the ISG there. And the Treb didn't look like it really hit anything either. So this bait, I mean, you baited Story in, but you lost. So that's definitely where we see this baiting game is very hard for teams to do. It is, it is very worthwhile. It's very high risk, high reward. If you pull it off, I mean, you're living life luxuriously, but if they fail, you just lost a unit and you didn't get anything out of it.
Oh yeah,
So-
and I just love the placement of the defensive Schutzdieners, because I've just seen them heal up all those units behind the tower, and they're just standing in there, just shooting themselves, healing up everything else, and I feel like this artillery phase is not dealing that much damage that it should get here.
No, it's not really doing any damage. And now Story Enjoyer is just kind of just bracing on this tower. Treb coming in here might do some good. It does hit these queens pretty devastatingly, but now we have the engagement on the tower. Reapers and shields are meeting here. The phalanx are meeting here. The shoots a dinger by Story Enjoyers. It doesn't look like most of those arrows will hit the wall, but hopefully will hit it, as they have a second shoots a dinger also shooting into this blob. And there is just so much healing on the Story Enjoyer side. They have berserkers in the back of Slap. Finally go down there with the flank, but yeah, this is just once again so decisively for Story Enjoyers.
Yeah,
And we do
absolutely.
see-
And I thought, like, well, the traps, I didn't see really any traps coming in. I mean, that's exactly why you don't want to fight on the walls, because of the traps. But Slap, they didn't utilize them. And I feel like that was just not the way you want to push this.
Yeah, we saw the Treb at the start go for like the units coming in, but it just didn't really hit the units coming in besides that one Queen Knight. And then we saw the Treb at the end, but the fight was already over, so the Treb didn't find much either. These two dual blades chasing down this Bastard Sword. Will they be able to get him? Yes, they will. I can't say his name. Eshiget? Yeah, Eshiget. Slap Eshiget going down. Story went down as well, though. So down to 14v14 here. And Slap, there's 3.5 minutes on this clock. They
Yeah,
do not
they
have
to
really
do
the
something now.
time. Oh, the Codaliers!
When that's the cavalry, yeah. That's a lot.
they're still
of time
going!
stole.
Oh, they could have gotten more of the Shenji, but it does look like they didn't realize Shenji were there. Codaliers scrambling around. Oh, nope, they realized it. Get them, Codaliers!
And
Looks like it
Bastard
is-
Sword is going in as well. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
Bastard Sword
He
getting
will
in
just
there
get
as
those.
well. And I mean, looks like a fair amount of those Shenji are still alive. About 9 of them. That is basically half the unit of Shenji, so lost a lot of damage there.
Yeah, and as you can see, a lot of the units are still there. Slap has
so-
2 sets of
Scroll
units,
down,
but
scroll down. 8.
they don't have
8
the
out of
time.
17. So close. I thought it was 9. It's 8 out of 17. Oh well. Still half the unit. And
that's
once
another trap.
again,
But it
that trap
doesn't
coming in.
land. Oh,
Doesn't
good
land.
mortars,
I
though.
mean, I don't know how I feel about coming up this tower when you have 2 minutes remaining. You're so far from the A point. It's going to take you about 20, 30 seconds to rotate to A. I mean, they have to start this push now, but they're hesitating.
Yeah, absolutely. Time will be a huge problem here. Slap has to push through it. And they are going in. Good trap this time. I like the placement here. But now Story Enjoyers is coming in, and they are trying to get around this push and fight them from all sides. But I feel like Slap, they have a foot here on the wall, and that might be a good push for them. But still, time is ticking down, and it's only 1:45 left, though. I see a bit of point capture going on here.
Strangers, I mean, now brought in the reinforcements of the Queen's Knights, and yeah, once again, Slap is being forced down this tower. The IPGs are coming in. They're starting their walk, but Queen's Knights are immune during their stab, so they don't care about these IPGs. We have Reapers that really don't care about the IPGs. It's all gone. And Slap,
Yeah, absolutely.
Slap got a minute, so they still have a chance here, but with only 2 people alive, that was probably the second death for most of their players. It's going to be a long respawn timer, so even if they come back, and here they come back,
yeah, but
it's just
they
not
are
enough
coming
time.
back with a lot of cavalry as well, so those calves won't be able to get on the walls. Of course, they can kill the resupplies from Story Enjoyers, but when you look onto the walls, that's just a massive setup from Story Enjoyers. They had the time to resupply themselves, and now they are ready to fight this tower. They are already setting up there, and only 3 traps left from Slap. I think they can use 2 of them with the remaining time, but I feel like it's not going to change anything. 30 seconds, they would need at least 10 seconds to capture this point, and there's a lot of friendly fire going on here as well.
Friendly fire. Story is sending out Cavs so that Slap can't really fully regroup for this, and now they are pushing down the tower, so they are going full Sally mode as they just walk on. There's so many failings by Slap here as well. I mean, these
Yes.
failings are going to do beautiful damage, but it is just failings.
Yeah, absolutely.
And-
I mean, they were prepared for the fight on the ground, and they never had the chance to do it, and so they had a ton of failings left.
As we go over our MVP, starting on the Slap side, Astro as our MVP, 1, 2, and 3, 49 unit kills, doing a fair amount of damage for our Bastard Sword there. Just didn't seem like enough, but still pretty good. As we go down below, Ashmodian as our most valuable tank there, taking almost 4 million damage there. Once again, these Bastard Swords just aren't doing the damage, but you know, it was very hard for Slap to really get in here and do any damage when you're basically hitting the front of every unit. Then we'll go down to Chopper as our most valuable contribution, 212, 31 unit kills, 338 contribution points, I believe that is. You know, not the highest stats, but this is Poleaxe, so they're really just here for that weapon dance for reducing the damage of everybody. So they did a great job doing that. As we go over to the Story Enjoyer side, Pad as our MVP, 017, 94 unit kills as our short sword player, doing a little bit more, doing more damage than some Bastard Swords. Probably going, that might be purple set, that might be Flame Shackle, kind of hard to tell. As we go over to our other MVPs, Kuma, 904, 119 unit kills. I mean, 9 hero kills is a lot of hero kills. 470,000 hero damage as well. I mean, beautiful stats by the Bastard Sword player here, especially 9 hero kills. I believe that might be the highest we have seen this entire tournament. I don't think anyone's gotten double digits so far. If I'm not remembering any double digits, we'll go up to Junkroot as our musket player, 10750 unit kills, 1.3 million damage. Musket doing that stat padding damage there, doing a wonderful job. As we go to our post-battle analysis, red is Slap.
Oh yeah, and you can just see it here once again. It feels like exactly the same post-battle analysis here in the death count. We have a huge difference in unit deaths in the first fight and in the second fight. And once again, if you also look to the hero kills, just it feels like exactly the same picture here. Even though it felt like in the beginning of this fight, Slap had the advantage with this first tower lining on the walls.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the story letting that tower land early made it seem like Slap had a very good chance. And I mean, Story also had 6 muskets out and 2 shortbows out. If Slap realized this like immediately, it just full sent everybody up this tower. I mean, they could have probably gotten A. I mean, Story would have been forced to swap classes because you can't really defend with 6 muskets. Yeah, you can put down a lot of caltrops, you could bomb a lot, but that's your damage right there, is caltrops and bomb, and that isn't really the highest, and I don't believe you can caltrop stack for a bajillion bleed damage.
Yeah, definitely not.
So, and then 2 short bows wouldn't have done anything during that fight, so a little bit of a loss of opportunity by Slap there. And then also this Treb placement. just these traps were just not it. We saw on the previous battle where Story Enjoyers had beautifully executed traps. Slab just didn't seem like they knew where to place these traps for these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in the first fight, I was just missing any impact from those traps. I mean, the traps are the turning point on the walls. If you use them correctly, you can just annihilate the enemy team, because those traps, they just AoE damage everything and kill like 50 units, and everything else is on low HP. But we had, you mentioned it, one unit of queens in the beginning of the fight being trapped, probably not even taking that much of damage because they are queens. And then in the end, a desperate trap to try to get some more unit kills. And that was it.
Yeah, just not good trap placement at all from Slap. But this is Story Enjoyers. Story Enjoyers is, I believe, arguably they're top two, I believe. At the very least, they're either number one or top two. I believe the Story Enjoyers and Yeah Buddy fight for that spot quite a lot. So it's their top two team at the very least. So Slap, I mean, they're a good team. Don't get me wrong. They went flawless in their group stages. So not a bad team, but you're going against one of the top two, and it's just a very uphill battle there. It's very hard. And I mean, Slap did perform pretty all right there, but you saw that skill difference, that experience differential, really everything just made it so Story won out, and they made it look effortless.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I feel like we will be seeing Story Enjoyers in this final of the CBL if they don't have to fight the other Titan of Yeah Buddy before. And we will see also them later tonight at 21 p.m. I think, CEST.
See them in about 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And
so
I feel like those
match.
two could meet in the finals, or maybe before, if the stages meet them before.
But yeah, I mean, now we would have had a replay section here to go over the fights, but unfortunately I forgot to record the second fight. I got the first fight, but I did not record the second fight, so we will not be going over that. But I believe, let me talk to our cameraman here. Do we have a little bit of a highlights section we could reel before we go into a break? All right, we do have some clips here of the fights, so we'll just go quickly over there. And hey, look at that.
Oh yeah, that's...
Yep. This is replay section. Look at this scene. We don't see the replay, but let me tell you, that's a really good replay.
Yeah, but I mean, we can see at this time the background really good, and I just love the art style. Because usually we don't see the whole picture. We have the replay in the middle, and I just love this showcase of the background.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good pick. It's still a good background.
Highlighting the picture. And we will be in the replay scene in a second when it's fixed. And yeah, then we can have a look at some good fights there.
Yeah, once we get it, there we go. As we go over, this is Story Enjoyers on the attack at that B point. I mean, this is going to be take a good section on this close side, the right side here, when the treb gets placed. I mean, the left side looks like it's pretty weak, but
I mean, we can just look at those Shenji once again, just annihilating the right side. You can have a look at that trap position, and then exactly in the right moment, Shenji throw, knocking everything over, and that's just the end of the Claymores and the Phalanx there.
And the Claymores, end of the Phalanx. I mean, beautifully, you see that right side, it's already gone. Like, it basically never got to the fight. That's how strong it was.
And you can see in the back, the Queen side are engaging the fight now. They are now fighting, and I mean, that's just nothing left in the front. So Story Enjoyers, they can just turn around and fight those Queens in the back. And I feel like that flank was a bit mistimed. And of course, the right side, it was like 4 units or 5 units being completely wiped. And now we got the second fight, and you can see just two-sided hold here from Story Enjoyers. Good trap exactly into the middle. And now Slap has to fight on 2 fronts, the trap meeting them in the middle. And I mean, what are they going to do? They are just being wiped. The Queens are in the middle of the cavalry, and the Phalanx is just far in the back. if anywhere there. I don't even see failings. You have some Modaos, and yeah, okay, there are some failings, but that's just too little anti-cav there for the queens.
Yeah, I mean, just not enough anti-cav, and you're also fighting where you have two sides to defend from. You have your left and you have the front. It's just very hard to push two sides at the same time. Story just dictated where that fight happened and executed it beautifully.
Yeah, definitely.
So, I mean, just an insane play by Story Enjoyers.
That's just the endpoint gone. And that last fight, Slab was able to get back onto the point, but in the end, they just lost so many units. You can see it here. I think they tied even the unit count in the death count.
Yeah,
but
they tied here, but
that was too late.
Yeah, this is scrambling at this point, just trying to hold on as long as possible. And when you're scrambling, yeah, you do get some more kills, especially when you're losing these 15v15. So this is exactly what Slap wants. These scrambling around, just bring reinforcements. But Slap already lost 2 fights, so they're down quite a few hero deaths. They're down a lot of units. And even if they miraculously won this scramble here, there's 4.5 minutes on that clock. It would be a miracle if they were able to hold on any longer.
Yeah, and then we see the second match. And I feel like, you mentioned it also before, they just took way too long to push up here. You can see everyone in the defense is now ready for this fight. You can see a lot less muskets, and just everyone was ready here. From Story Enjoyers, the trap is going to the left side, but that trap is just not hitting anything, and now you're on a 20-second trap cooldown, and you have to fight without any traps. And I feel like a trap a bit into this blob here from Story Enjoyers could have just ended it all, or you just retreat a bit the stairs and just trap into the middle of the tower to avoid any self-damage. And I feel like that could have been the play, but look at this second trap here. It's just not anywhere close.
Yeah, you're already getting sallied on. Just place it on the tower, but they placed it to back where they thought that maybe Story Enjoyers wouldn't be sallying down the tower, and instead of pulling back and just regrouping. But I mean, Story Enjoyers pushed down, so this trap just doesn't hit. I mean, it hits some retreating stalwarts. That's it.
That's just not a game-changing trap here. Not a fight-changing.
These traps aren't doing anything during these fights here, and unfortunately, it just went so far into Story Enjoyers' favor that they do try. Slap does try to do a little bit of harassment here. This bastard sword going in with just a Queen's Knight, but I mean 1v3.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's being focused by 2 dual blades, so yeah, no chance of surviving that one as well. And it gets finished in the end on the tower, and I feel like that's just exactly the story here. Always being in the unit minority and just always fighting it against the majority of defenders, and you can't win like that.
Yeah, you just can't win like that. And I mean, also, we saw in that fight that Story Enjoyers had 2 shoots a dinger fighting into the blob, shooting into the blob. So that's a tremendous amount of healing by Story Enjoyers as well. So, like, the sustain there is beautiful.
Yeah,
Slap pushes up here. I mean, this treb by Slap is actually a really good treb. It got them space, but they didn't take the space. They still sat on the tower, which gave Story enough time to get back to the tower and surround Slap again.
Yes.
But here, it almost looked like Slap was winning, but Story brings in reinforcements.
And now it's once again missing a good trap here. You can see the trap is just so misplaced here. If they would have placed that one correctly, they could have at least evened the unit death count.
Yeah, they could have made it at least a little bit more even. I mean, even if that trap was to be an amazing trap and wiped all those units, there just wasn't enough time on the clock to capitalize off of it. But I mean, they got quite a bit of work to do with those traps. I mean, it is Hidden City. I don't think you ever really plan to fight on the wall when every one of your trebs is up, but you should still, have your players know where to treb. That being said, I mean, we actually stalled quite a lot of time here for the Copper Collectors versus LYNX fight. We don't even have to go into intermission, so great job by us. Beautiful. As now we go into Halong Fjord.
Oh yeah.
Let's go over the bands of Copper Collectors versus LYNX. This is looking fairly standard. We're going to have Queen's Knights, Siphanori, Lion Roar, Spartan Chosen, Zycalian Militia, and Vipers Band with save of Plume Guard and Sunward Phalanx.
Yeah, and I mean, LYNX, for example, they always banned the Queens and 2x banned the Sifu, so I feel like LYNX are just sticking with their default bans. They are just their confidence bans, and they are just sticking to it. The Lion Roars, I think, on Healing Fjord, they can just lock down some allies quite effectively. You don't have towers you have to reach to the walls, but then Lion Roars don't only work against towers, but they can just create a ton of pressure here against the attacking or defending units. And so LYNX, they just don't want to deal with it. And the saves are White Plume Guards and the Somewhat Phalanx. So Plume Guards this time will be in the fight, being absolutely strong shield unit, and the Somewhat Phalanx probably stopping almost every cavalry.
Yeah, I mean, we do see the Tiger Leopard Cav get through, and we have been seeing a lot of teams love this Tiger and Leopard Cav, so it getting through. You do need to save at least one anti-cav, Phalanx being your ideal anti-cav there, as while Modal can deal with the Tiger Leopard Cav, you generally want to kill the charging cav before it gets anywhere near your units, so having Phalanx is definitely a preferred unit there. Banning these Zycalian Militia, I know a lot of teams have been banning this Zycalian Militia. I still don't like the ban, but you know, I guess we might as well ban it, especially with the nerfs. I mean, Plumes save, so these fights are going to be a lot longer compared to the previous one. Plume having that damage, the I can't die, not yet ability. Long live the Han. There we go, figured it out. Long live the Han. Being unkillable will mean that these Reapers and Claymores that we saw that just plow through units, you can't plow through a White Plume when it is completely damage immune and holding the line with CC immunity. So it's going to be very hard for these battles to go on. So a little bit more sustained battles potentially happening. We probably still will be seeing these Reapers and Claymores because it's Reaper Claymore, but this is Halong Fjord, so this is a more cav-centered map. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of Tiger and Leopard cav as well. I doubt we will see anything like how NA performed last week of Deadly Sins versus Vanguard Rangers, where we saw Deadly Sins attack and bring 15 monastic knights and charge through the gate and win charging through that gate. But it would also be really funny. I doubt either of these teams will let that happen.
Yeah, probably not.
But it would be really funny. Either way. But yeah, I mean, Halong Fjord, it's going to be a fast map. We generally see this map ends on A and B. Sometimes ends on C, but you know, if the attackers ever get back to that home point, it's wraps for the defenders. I still don't think I've seen defenders really ever hold that home point, but I mean, this map has changed a lot since its initial release. I remember back in the days, it was defenders hold A and B, and if you lose A and B, you go back to home and pray. But now it's gotten a lot more developed into, now we can hold C. People have figured out you can hold C on this map, and if you don't like holding C, you can defend behind the longhouse at that supply point. That's what generally was happening in the ranked games. We have seen in the CBL games where people have been playing, well, I guess HL. I don't think we've seen CBL defense. No, we have seen. Either way, most of the time you defend behind that longhouse, maybe push out. I'm very excited to see how Copper Collectors and LYNX perform on this map.
Yeah, I feel like most of the time, if you try to defend A and B, you are just committing so many units to it because it's most of the time not much time left for the attackers. It's like 2 or 3 minutes left, and then you're trying to send in everything you have to defend A and B, and if you lose then you just have nothing left for the remaining points. So I feel like if we see a team defending A and B and just committing fully to it, it will be decided on A and B, and maybe one of those two will decide to fall back, maybe hold the C point, maybe hold behind the longhouse and just try their luck there, and maybe just at least stall some time on the A and B point. I feel like we could have some amazing fights also on C or behind the longhouse then.
This should be a very fun, high action based match. It's going to be definitely a lot faster than Hidden City. You know, we won't be sitting through a cutscene. We'll be seeing a lot of split screens and split pushes and some other good places. This is a very much a more rotation based map. A lot more positioning matters here. There's a lot of mind games that can be played on Halo and Fjord, especially at that AB side. You know, there's 4 ways into this map. So there's a lot that the defenders have to think about. There's a lot the attackers have to think about of where they want to go and how they want to play it. And the defenders have to react to that properly. And then C point, I mean, it goes a little bit more in favor of the defenders of where they want to fight. A little harder for the attackers to decide there, but still. Yeah.
I would expect the attackers just taking down those breaches to make sure they at least have 4 points of attack, and if they only commit to 1 point, at least 2, because you don't really want to be sitting outside both of the gates and just have the defense just looking straight onto you. Maybe you still have the ball dropping device above the gate, just dropping those flaming bombs onto your head as soon as you push in. And yeah, I mean, I remember from the last CBL, Ridder called those devices above the gate the teabag devices, but I'm not quite sure what to say about that.
We're dropping the teabags. Well, there's no harbor to dump them in, so we can't dump the teabags into the harbor. But I mean, this is close enough, right? We are going to the lobby here, so we will be going in this very shortly. We'll see exactly how these teams will be performing here, but I would also be impressed if the flaming ball hopper that's above the gates is used and gets any unit kills, though. The teabag dropper. But anyways, let's go over, see what's being brought here. I mean, so far this is looking fairly standard. I don't see any unit that speaks to me. Actually, no. LYNX Adalpo bringing Zealots.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Zealots, they have massive CC, so it might work out quite good, but I don't know what to say about them. I see a ton of Modal on the left side, so the LYNX, they are deciding to not go for full Phalanx, but they like the Modal more in terms of anti-cav, and they have quite a lot of cavalry on the other side to meet, but most of them are just the green Cutiliers.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't look too heavy cav on either side. I think LYNX has more cavalry, but this is still fairly even. I think the edge goes more towards copper collectors. I like their composition a little bit more than LYNX's composition. So we'll see exactly how this goes out. But I'm so far saying that copper collectors probably be winning on the defense here. Maybe LYNX will prove me wrong here. I mean, these Zealots are very good into the White Plume Guards. Zealots having all that crowd control, you know, will be able to, while the Plume have a lot of CC immunity, Zealots have a very long amount of time that they are CCing. So
yeah, that's true. And I feel like the defense with all of the Plume Guards, they might be able to just lengthen all those fights. And I feel like that's exactly the point here from the defense. You have the Plume Guards, you have the Reapers, all those really, really tanky units, and 1 unit of Phalanx already there for anti-cav purposes. But I feel like the main focus for CC here is just to stay on the points and just to win on time, because that's just how you defend A and B here.
Yeah, we do see copper collectors placing over half of the artillery already. about half of their artillery. They got some cannons behind the A point. They got some mortar barrages. Yeah, a lot of mortar barrage at that A point there. So even if Lynx comes in here, they will get bombed to shit. A beautiful amount of artillery there by Copper Collectors will force Lynx to kind of think about if they really want to come into A. I actually would like it here if Lynx assesses that there's too much artillery and goes to B point, even though I know a lot of teams just never want to have their 15 fight at B.
Yeah, I mean, it would be also a possibility to just split up a bit and push a little bit slower onto A, but it feels like they are just going full onto A. They are sending the units in, and now the artillery is coming in, and that's just massive damage here from the mortars.
Yeah, massive damage from the mortars, the cannons. I mean, this is huge amount of damage as now Copper Collectors pushes out. Kind of confused here. They're kind of snaking a little bit, figuring it out as now the shields, the double silence comes out as well. These white plumes will not be able to lose the long live the Han. Shenji Grenadier comes out as well, but a return Shenji bomb gets into the back line of Copper Collectors. The Tiger Leopard Cav goes straight through there. The anti-cav was not enough to get through the Yellow Turban is giving the CCI, but it does look like the Copper Collectors will be pushing all the way through Lynx here. Lynx is trying to hold on as long as possible. They do still have the 2 white plume guards holding strong there to have the phalanx, but does not look like it will be enough as Copper Collectors is just cleanly pushing through Lynx there. They do have a Bastard Sword on the back of their Shenji though, so Copper Collectors will lose their Shenji, and they do lose their B supply. So back cap there as well.
Yeah, and that B supply, now there are some household knights, and I feel like Copper Collectors, they will have to send some more units there because all of their units are quite low. But yeah, okay, I think the heroes are too scary for the hero from Lynx to really stay there with his knights. But I feel like he could have just slowed down the resupply from CC way longer, and with that give his main push the opportunity to push against a weakened CC.
I mean, Copper Collectors was definitely weakened there, but they did get basically a full team wipe. So Lynx was forced to full reset. They were not able to capitalize off of this B supply getting captured. And I mean, looking at what Lynx Copper Collectors still had, they still had a good amount of their units. So they didn't need to full reset either. They could just sat there and were like, all right, we lost some units. We just keep most of our people here. Forces Lynx to really regroup here. Treb coming in gets a big hit on the Reaper unit, but Reaper's a Reaper. They're fine. They'll just walk it off. So Lynx gets getting their artillery barrage.
I love the artillery from Lynx here. They now have to set up, but with all of the artillery, they could just slow down and wait, because I feel like with the artillery, they should have the upper hand and they don't have to push. They can just man the artillery and just wait here for a bit, but it feels like they just want to have this fight, and now the heroes from the artillery, it feels like they have to go in, have to support the units. Another set of golden calves going in, but it's being stopped quite effectively. And with the trap, it feels like Lynx could have the upper hand. Trap not really hitting too much. The left side of the bush is still defended, while the right side is breaking through from CC, and they could go for a massive flank, but it feels like they need to strengthen their defenses. And there we go. It feels like this push is quite even. Trap might be the changing point here.
Blooms are holding strong by Copper Collectors, but the Treb is now coming in. These Reapers are trying to hold on. I mean, this is looking still fairly even. Could go either way, but these Modao are probably max defense stack, so they are very tanky Modao. And there is still a Zealot in there by Lynx as well, so they'll be doing heavy crowd control into these plumes that are still remaining here. But Lynx still has to start the capture. Another Treb going in and doing massive damage to Copper Collectors, losing the rest of their units there. And now this is definitely in favor of Lynx, but Copper Collectors is still stalling this fight as long as possible. Lynx does look like they have some people at that B side supply stalling as well. So this is just a brawl here. But Lynx has the unit advantage, but they're just not using their units to do this deathmatch. As now Copper Collectors brings in a Plume Guard that will be holding strong on this point here. Doesn't look like he's used any abilities yet. There he goes. He uses his CCI ability, and Copper Collectors was able to get their B supply cleared. Tiger Leopard Calf going through this Plume Guard. Doesn't look like they used Long Live the Han, so they will be fine there. But they still take heavy damage as Copper Collectors get the rest of the Cav is just charging back and forth. Tiger Leopard Calf charging all the way around here, trying to get through this battle here. It doesn't look like LYNX really brought any reinforcements. They brought cav, but they didn't bring any infantry. Copper Collectors bringing the infantry. Another Tiger Leopard Cav charging through the point. We massive dagger axis by LYNX goes through, almost kills that musket player. Doesn't look like he gets a final kill there. That's just cavalry on cavalry by LYNX's side. They are just inting as much cav as they can to try to get to this point. Tiger Leopard Cav charging through, gets all those Reapers down. It's another coup de leer, and Tiger Leopard Cav also goes through. Does get a little bit of friendly fire damage. The Yorkers as well going in. And this point is very cleared. But Copper Collectors is getting a short sword in there who will be able to stall this point for a lot longer of time. And LYNX just isn't doing this deathmatch properly. This short sword is still alive. It does look like they've actually called it off.
Yeah, I feel
that
like
short sword is going back to sea.
And that was just so much cavalry from LYNX. Oh my god, where did they just get this from? That was just 10 to 15 units of cavalry. And with the help of the Mondaos on point, I feel like LYNX did a quite good job here getting that point, but at what cost? They already lost a ton of units in the first engagement, and I feel like that's still hurting them at that point. We can see here almost 100 tier 5 units less for LYNX than for Copper Collectors, and they now just have to hope that their tier 5 units are hopefully valuable golden cavalry and a ton of Mondaos we can still see here, while the rest is kinda even.
Yeah, I do enjoy, I feel like Copper Collectors could have held that A and B point. I mean, they definitely had the time, but maybe realizing it's just the safer play to go back to C. I mean, it's only 4 minutes, you know, still plenty of time. I also appreciate this because Halo Fjord, that could have just ended there as a 12-minute match, which is very fast, so we would have to do a lot of stalling, but I mean, still beautiful. It was still a beautiful defense. I think they could have held it, but definitely playing the safer play here, going back to C, setting up an artillery barrage. They do have the height advantage here, so they'll be able to bomb the hell out of LYNX as they walk up this, but they don't have that much artillery remaining here, placing their final mortar as LYNX walks up this ramp. It doesn't look like they are really meeting them. Treb coming out immediately there. What it looked like, that's going to be a beautiful Treb as it hits the small house 3 times. 1, 2, really only one hit there. Double silenced by Copper Collectors comes out. It silences the front line, shoots a dinger by Copper Collectors as well, goes in there. The Coudaliers are going straight through LYNX. Hits, snipes all of those Tiger Leopard Cav. And this is going to be very detrimental for LYNX. Those Coudaliers did massive damage to them. And the infantry fight is going heavily in favor of Copper Collectors too, as they push through LYNX. And this is going to be very hard for LYNX to do any holding. This shoots a dinger, getting another heal in there by LYNX, but it just will not be enough as Copper Collectors walking all the way down. Will they do a full-on sally? LYNX has pulled a Coudalier. The Coudaliers are charging. The Fort Braccio are braced, and these Coudaliers will not be going anywhere. These Fort Braccio holding really good. Also, it seemed like the Coudaliers got a little confused on where they were charging as Copper Collectors does a full sally out here. Now, this definitely will be going in favor 1-0 for Copper Collectors.
Yeah, I feel like LYNX didn't have the proper infantry units left. They had a ton of cavalry brought for the A point, but after that, they just had the Mondaos, and that was almost it in infantry-wise. And while Mondaos are amazing in stopping cavalry, they don't really go up face-to-face against Reapers and White Plume Guards, and I feel like that was exactly the point. The Mondaos, they were able to stop the cavalry, but sadly not the Couturiers that wiped the Tiger and Leopard Cav, and after that, it was just nothing left apart from the Mondaos, and like that, the Mondaos just got shredded by all those high DPS infantry units.
Exactly. It's definitely, it seemed like, I mean, the Mondaos are pretty good at infantry. I've definitely thrown some Reapers into them, and the Reapers lost somehow, and I got very upset by this Modal, especially once Modal have their full defenses stacked from their passive. Very tanky unit with all of its defense stacking, but yeah, I mean, when you have Plume Guard tanking the DPS as the Yorkists go into these Fort Braccio, and yeah, that's all gone. All that Cav's gone.
That was
Fort Braccio OP. Brashio OP, somebody please nerf it. Strong arms and a long reach. Did wonders there.
I mean, you have to disrupt the Brashio if you want to send in your cavalry like that. Otherwise, it's just ending exactly like we have seen here, with the Brashio just happily taking the unit kills and just not really struggling with the lances or the pikes.
The pikes are just too strong. As now we're in the last 20 seconds. Copper Legends is a full sally, trying to find these last LYNX members. Hopefully they leave so we shave a little bit of time here. But this was like an almost good push by LYNX. I mean, they did great. It just seemed like at that A point, they were not using the units to really deathmatch on that point. And that's kind of what costed them a lot of time here. Just not using their units as effectively as they want to. With that being said, let's go over our MVPs of both sides. Our MVP of LYNX, Templar, 726, 115 unit kills, doing a beautiful stats for our Bastard Sword player here. Definitely trying to carry his team as best as possible. 7 hero kills is tremendous here. Unfortunately, it just was not enough as we go down to Fuka as our 134, 107 unit kills. Short sword here. Probably did a lot of supply blocking. Did pretty good stats overall. 100 unit kills, definitely nothing to trifle about. 27 of them being the Plume Guard, so definitely a Plume Guard breaker. As we go to Neelitus, the Glaive player, 035, 53 unit kills. Yeah. Actually, a very good damage by our Glaive here. Better than a lot of Bastard Swords. So this Glaive player is definitely doing something right with his Glaive. You know, with all of its buffs, this class is finally able to keep up a little bit with the damage compared to the other classes. But that will be it for the side of Copper Collectors. As we go over to the LYNX side, MVP Herdao, I'm going to say Herdao, 10 hero kills, which was, I believe, now the record for this tournament. 10, 2, and 14. This man is a slayer of heroes. He has been basically a part of 24 hero kills. That man has been a part of every kill, basically. An amazing MVP there, getting 181,002 heroes by his hero. So this man is hunting people down like a savage. As we go down to Nestor Machno as our most valuable tank and contribution points, 5-2-10 with 72 hero kills, 72 unit kills, not hero kills. Taking 6 million damage. It was basically 6.5 million damage. Still doing pretty good stats overall for our Bastard Sword players. As we go down to Silent One, 0118, most valuable assist points. Musket doing musket things. Impressive that the musket got more assists than a Glaive player. Musket's probably bringing Schützedinger and other supporting units. As we go to our post-battle analysis, LYNX is red.
Oh yes, and you can just see here the difference. The first fight was just amazing for CC, and I feel like that first fight was what lost them this match. They had all the infantry units out, and they just got surprised by the sheer amount of artillery that Copper Collectors were or had prepared behind the A point, and just had to fall back to this side area. And then they got pushed with weakened units by Copper Collectors, and they just got wiped completely. And after that, they were able to get something back in the second fight, but it was just way too low. And they had lost all the infantry units with those two fights already. And then after the A fight, I feel like the C fight, they just had nothing left with really pushing power.
Yeah, I mean, this first fight really dictated how this battle went. Also, looking at the hero kills, I believe that is 25 hero kill difference there. That is 2 lives, basically, on each player. Almost 2 lives, 30. Almost 2 lives to 25 difference. You're just not killing the heroes you need to be killing. In that first fight, you're pushing into so much artillery as well. You can see the gap in deaths. Besides that, I mean, their fights were fine. They actually were winning these fights. Maybe that last fight they lost because they lost so much at the start. But, I mean, other than that, they did fine. Just lost this A fight way more than they should have. Just a little bit maybe of a shot caller diff there. They practice coming to the A, and even if they see 6 artillery aimed at us, we're still going to this A. That's just a little bit of a misplay, probably a major misplay there, going into 2 cannons, 4 mortars. That's a lot of AoE damage. So just a lot of true damage going into your blob. You can't really hold that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like now going into the defense, it might be once again a close fight, because now they can dictate how or where they want to defend. And of course, the attack has the decision or if they want to go to A or B. But I feel like not being that surprised by this push out from Copper Collectors, I feel like it could go to a Grasslands here. What do you think about it?
I mean, this was very even, so this could very much be a Grasslands. And I mean, on Halong Fjord, I would love a Grasslands. This is a map that's so fast that a Grasslands wouldn't even delay the tournament at all. So that would be a beautiful time having a Grasslands be done, and it would also be very exciting. These teams seem very even. Besides that first fight, I mean, these charts looked very even, Besides that hero kills and that first fight, I mean, this could be Grasslands, but this also looked very, very, very well executed by Copper Collectors. We'll see how they perform in the attack. This map is A-B is definitely a lot more decided by the attackers. So the fact that Copper Collectors was able to decide A-B as the defenders is very impressive by them. So maybe they have practiced Halong Fjord a little bit more than LYNX, and we'll just see another 2-0, and we'll be going into PBS versus C, and we'll just have a great time there. But I'm still hoping for Grasslands.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Grasslands is just always amazing to watch because of all the different tactics you can use. But I think we don't need to talk too much about Grasslands unless it comes. And speaking about this next defense, I feel like LYNX, they have to hold on to A and B. I think Copper Collectors, they know what they are doing. They know how to fight those big blob fights. And I feel like if they have the time to figure out where to go and how to approach it, they could be the stronger team, maybe with some flanks. We only had full-on 15 pushes from LYNX, and I feel like Copper Collectors, they might have the upper hand when given the time, so I feel like this one has to end on A and B.
Yeah, I think the edge definitely goes to Copper Collectors here, but LYNX has to. I mean, LYNX could probably hold on A and B. This map is, but we saw with Copper Collectors, they could have held A and B. They really had the opportunity there. They didn't have to go back to C. They gave A and B, and were able to hold C just fine. So, I mean, maybe LYNX learns from that and is like, maybe we hold A and B, and then we don't do this stall thing. We instead fight at the C area, play our engagements a little bit better, realize we will lose too many. We don't want to trickle in and lose units one by one, and we'll instead do exactly what Copper Collectors did and just give it up and go right back to C. I mean, we'll see.
Absolutely. We will see, and I'm really excited. I love the cav play from LYNX, and I feel like they could once again go for it. The A and B point, they're good points to go in with the cavalry. C, not so much, because you can't go onto the C point with your cavalry. You can just fight the units around it, and then endpoint once again. Good point for cavalry, but as soon as the enemies come to the end point, I feel like it's almost over. So you don't want to fight there, but I think LYNX with the cavalry play, they did it quite good, and they should send it onto A and B and just hope for the time to run out before they lose the fight, or just win the fight. Just sally out in the end because you have the numbers advantage. And of course, that's what LYNX want. CC, they will probably go for a push, but I feel like CC, they might not go for 15 people push onto A, as we have seen from LYNX before, because I feel like 15 people into one position is just so dangerous.
Yeah, so we'll probably see a little bit of split push, something that other teams have been doing, where they split the defenders. Makes it very hard for defenders to react to it, because designating who goes there it's very important, and it's very good on the captain's shot callers of who goes where. puts a lot more stress on those shot callers. And we're 15v15. And you don't have to really worry about much. Just go. So go beat them. As we go into this, we will go into our lobby here. Unit selection. I mean, this is looking fairly normal so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't see too much cavalry on the side of Lynx. They have some units of cav, but not the sheer amount we have seen before. I see 4 times the golden cavalry, 3 times the household knights, 2 times I think dagger axe it is. I can't really difference.
Well, we'll assume it's dagger axe. I don't think it's any other.
Dagger axe. Yeah, exactly. Okay. I feel like the picture of dagger axe and human is just so similar. I think human just have a bit bigger lens, but that's it. And then some Cutelier. So that's around 12 units of cavalry, I think. So not even one full setup. On the other side, they have a lot of anti-cav with Modals, with the 40 brushiers, but okay, maybe I was too quick to judge. I think they have 5 units of anti-cav, so that might work out.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and check that scene. I mean, these look fairly similar comps. Nothing really spoke to me that they were massively different than the other. So this will come down to skill and artillery placement, as the previous match did. So I mean, they were fairly even. So we'll see exactly how this goes. But B rush.
When it's a B push.
Suka B rush. We're going through B breach. We have not seen a B breach rush at all this tournament. I'm very excited to see how they do it. They already placed a Treb here, but unfortunately, it takes a little bit more than a Treb to break this.
Yes, absolutely. And the big disadvantage you have is you can't send in cavalry, but they don't worry about that because they don't bring any of it. White Plume Guards 2 times will meet them in this breach, and now the reinforcements coming in, Reapers and Claymores, and now it feels like CC, they are just bringing up 15 people here, and Lynx, they're struggling to bring in units. All the Reapers, the Claymores, the Phalanx, and ISGs, they're going in from Lynx and still are able to hold this push. But is it enough? We see cavalry in the back just fighting and maybe pushing in here. Phalanx might have a hard time at the trap. If this trap hits, it will add this nice changes, and trap not yet there. And it feels like not hitting at all, but CC still in an advantageous position.
Just fighting their hearts out. This fight is lasting a very long time. The Tiger Leopard Cap in the back of Lynx, though, from their own area. Crazy cap here. Yorkers coming in as well, just dismount onto the Copper Collector sides. This fight has been going on for a very long time at this spot, so supplies have been blocked on both sides. But it does look like Copper Collectors will be winning out, finally breaching through Lynx's defenses. Lynx down to 7 heroes alive. But I'm sure a lot of them have been dying as well. As the death match on the supply point happens, who will win? The Yorkers Household Knights are dismounted. There's a Lynx has a little bit of advantage there with the Household Knights. As Copper Collectors goes down, 3 Copper Collectors go down there. But even with all these Copper Collectors going down, Lynx does not have the heroes or the units remaining. And they will be finally going down there, unable to hold the supply. And that's A and B already.
Yes, that was a beautiful push from Copper Collectors. I felt like Lynx was not ready for it, even though it was quite obvious where it's going. Copper Collectors, they just went in 15 people through the breach, and we have seen Lynx just sending in 1 or 2 units at a time. The White Plume Guards tanking for 10 seconds until the first damage-dealing units of Lynx even arrived, and I feel like that was a bit of a miscommunication there, mistiming from the units, and like that, they lost the first fight. I felt like they could have gotten that way better.
Yeah, I mean, Lynx saw it was coming. Definitely could have come back to the supply, pulled some cannons, you know, some artillery cannons. They had all their artillery still, so could have definitely pulled some artillery, just started shooting into there. I mean, that fight lasted, it felt like 1.5 minutes, maybe 2 minutes at that one spot. So any amount of artillery would have done tremendous damage, but they just tried duking it out. And, you know, it just didn't work out. Copper Collectors was able to get their reinforcements in. They were able to supply block a lot better there. to the point where LYNX was forced to go all the way back to the seaside supply or just die for another unit. Or Copper Collectors still have their outside supply to reinforce from.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry,
And I
that's a-
feel like LYNX, they now have another set of infantry, and after that, 12 units of cavalry remaining. It feels like they have to send in the cavalry really soon, unless they want to stand on the C point with only cavalry left, or then on the end point. And I feel like only having cavalry left, that's a hard time holding on to a point, because even though you can deal tons of damage, it can be quite hard.
Yeah. Also, LYNX giving Harbor. Very confusing here. No. Harbor Collectors trading back there, not taking Harbor. Instead of running all the way back to the B side. I guess they're just getting it mostly captured so that when they do have the time to get there, they'll capture it very quickly and be done with it. I guess these AI berserkers are somewhat valuable. Or maybe it just moves the spawn that they want, and they want to keep that spawn where it is, and they don't want to move it. So
yeah, I think you just take at that level any unit you can get, and those AI berserkers, they are not tanking much, they are not killing much, but at least they tank some damage, and if you don't have to tank it yourself, you are very happy about it. Why waste it? If you can take it, it's not a huge impact, but it's like a 1% advantage, and you take every single bit of advantage you can get. Good trap on the mortar, but it misses it completely. Mortar stays alive, and that could still deal some damage to Copper Collector's units.
yeah, I mean, we're saying the same push the Cop Collector's doing that LYNX did. I don't know how I feel about this push. I mean, it is a spot you could push in, but I think I like more pushing down from the harbor, not the harbor, the stairs, the seaside stairs, and just pushing there. This probably feels like you're walking into the defender's artillery, and it's very hard for your artillery to really land hits here. Yeah, we're seeing them land hits surprisingly here, but there is a lot of a height advantage to this spot, which is why, you know, defenders should have a very good artillery advantage here. But LYNX,
yeah, I mean,
it seems
look at the amount of mortars being placed from CC. I feel like they don't even have to be that precise. They are just hammering the whole plateau here. And I feel like the defense, they only almost have no tanking units left. I mean, you can see just so much blood on the ground. They are losing units left and right just from the sheer amount. CC are not really aiming those mortars. They are just shooting them everywhere because they can.
yeah, I mean, if you shoot enough mortars down range, you'll eventually hit something, and I'm not seeing... Okay, I do see one shoots a dinger by LYNX, so they do have a healing, but it's going to save its ammo till the fight starts, so they don't have anything that's just passively healing these guys. We don't have any alchemists, we don't have any yellow turbans, we don't have really anything. As now Copper Collectors pushes in here, the plumes are slowly leading the charge as they walk forward into their brace stance. Immediately brace a little bit too far forward there. The Doppelslayer silence by LYNX gets so these plumes will not be able to do their long live the Han. There's another Doppelslayer silence comes out as well. I believe there's Copper Collector's Doppelslayer silence, so everything's a little bit silenced here, not quite able to do any abilities, as it gets a little bit laggy here as we see a lot of jumps, and this is looking very favorable for Copper Collectors. They are mulching through LYNX. They just did not have the survivabilities. Those Doppelslayers probably silenced the plume guards before they could use their invincibility, and we can see where that Doppelslayer silence did heavy work here for Copper Collectors. They had a lot of heavy lifting. As now LYNX lost a lot of here. Doppelslayer silence comes out again. Double Doppelslayer silence, both by Copper Collectors. So Copper Collectors actually layering their Doppelslayer silence so that it could last longer. Hopefully they weren't pressing at the same time. I don't think it works like that. Hopefully that one person was pressing silence and then waiting 3 seconds and then silencing again. But still, I mean, beautiful play by Copper Collectors. These Doppelslayers did amazing silencing work, made it so that LYNX really couldn't use any of their units' abilities. And Plume love using their abilities.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like LYNX, they just took so much damage before. I mean, you can't just tank mortars without any healing capabilities. You said it before, the Schützdienst were saving the ammo for when the push comes in, and that's just too late there. Because you have all those units on low HP, you either retreat your units or you just have some capability to heal up. And I feel like they could have also retreated here. It felt like, once again, LYNX, they had a game plan and they were like, we have to stick to it. We only have this one plan. And I felt like having 10 mortars raining fire on you, you have to switch your plan. You have to retreat more. You have to play from a different position, because that position there, that was just not playable. And we see once again all those mortars, and now it comes up to LYNX. Do they have a position to retreat in case of this amount of mortar spam?
Yeah, and I mean, I said it earlier. Once you get back to this home point, defenders basically lost. You're just scrambling to try to hold here. And I mean, LYNX, look at what units they have. I mean, I think that's fire archers, which fire archers aren't going to do much. And these shoots and dingers just pre-fired their healing. Hopefully they'll be back before anything happens, but it's looking very hard for LYNX to hold this. As it looks like Copper Ledge is already pushing here, getting the trap landed on the middle of some doubt. Plume Guard already in position. Double threat silence by LYNX gets a good silence on this Copper Collector's Plume Guards as the shields being shields. That engagement really starts roaring here. The Claymores have reached in. The shoots and diggers for Copper Collector comes in. The Tiger Leopard Cav is coming in by and it goes straight through the Modal. These Tiger Leopard Cav do not care about Modal. Still gets damage reduction as LYNX gets their own Tiger Leopard Cav in there, doing massive damage as a return statement, but it does not look like enough. The only remaining units from LYNX are these Modal. They're holding as long as they can. They are holding strong, but there is just too much damage from the Copper Collector sides. The Tiger Leopard Cav comes in again, goes all the way through, but it does not look like it will be enough as the Yorkists come in as well. Hopefully they will dismount. It does look like they stay on their horses, so they will go down to the Modal and the Phalanx brace on the point. And all LYNX has is Cav. They're trying to get their Cav to get any amount of value, but the Modal are walking at them aggressively. Well, these Tiger Leopard Cav will not be able to do anything here as the Modal brace. Dagger Axe coming in as well. These Modal brace yet again. And LYNX just keeps throwing Cav after Cav after Cav, and they're trying to do anything, but these Modal are catching almost every single one of these Cavs. Not getting any value here. But now finally go down, so Copper Collector doesn't have any anti-cav, but the Tiger Leopard Cav charges through it, gets all the Wuxing. The Tiger Leopard Cav jump onto those daggers. Doesn't look like they got a lot of them, but the Tiger will be going straight through. Gets a lot of hero unit kills there, but it does not look like it will be enough. LYNX is struggling to get back on. They only have 3 heroes alive, 2 heroes alive. Quarter capture, Short Sword just trying to get back to this point. And he's going to be able to get on and does a little bit of stalling musket as well coming there. By 3 minutes on the clock, it does not look like it'll be enough. The Cav charges through that Short Sword, not even able to get his iron sides off. The Coolier's doing massive damage here. This will be 2-0 in favor of Copper Collectors.
Oh, yes. And I felt like that push from Copper Collectors was just executed perfectly. A good positioning of the anti-cav, knowing that your enemy will send in a ton of cavalry to you. And even though the Tiger and Leopard Cav tried to avoid the Modals, they were just on track and they just pushed the cavalry in, not allowing them to rotate around the side. And I felt like that was just a perfect anti-cav play from CC.
Yes, as we go into our MVPs, Copper Collectors, MVP of a Blood Story, 5-0-13, 137 unit kills. Beautiful work by Blood Story here. Also having most contribution points, so getting the badge of honor of contribution points. Pretty alright, pretty good stats here. Now we have to find 2 more people. We'll go to Herdao, Copper Collector's Herdao, 7-2-16, 109 unit kills. This was the guy that had 10 hero kills last time, so this man is just a hero killing machine. He loves finding these duels and finding people out of position and just slaying them where they stand. A beautiful job by this Bastard Sword. As we go to Silent One. This is a spear and shield player. We don't really see this class be played by any tournament team or really any player, so great job by him, still getting that S rank 4-0-13. I mean, that's still wonderful stats, 106 unit kills. Probably did a lot of work with the kick. I don't think I saw many units exploding outwards, but I mean, you're a Spirit Shield. I'm sure he did great things here. As we go over to the Lynx side, MVP Menchez, 239 with 77 unit kills. Did pretty alright stats, almost 400,000 hero damage, as well as doing 1.3 unit damage. So great stats by him. As we go down to Adalpo, MVA, most valuable assist player, 031, 25 unit kills, short sword player. Probably brought a lot of those shoots and dingers, maybe yellow turbines, bring those supporting units, getting ally heals, maybe some defenses and some damage reduction with his units. Still did great job by him. Unfortunately, just was not enough. As we go down to Fuka as our most valuable tank, 133, 49 hero kills as our short sword yet again, taking 1,000,000 damage with his hero. So maybe running a Stone Guard set, considering how much damage he took there. Or maybe it was just purple armor, but still did a respectable amount of damage as well, considering he's a short sword and took 1,000,000 damage as a short sword. Amazing job taking that much damage. As we go to our post battle analysis, Copper Collectors is red.
Oh, yes. And I mean, you can see it once again. This time, not that much of a difference in any of the fights. Maybe the second one is the most, but it feels like Lynx was always trading decently, but they lost every single time more units. And if you just trade like that, you will not win it. And especially in the second point, you can see it here already, the deaths of Lynx going up before the fight even starts, and that's just due to the amount of artillery. I mean, that's like 50 units lost before the fight even starts, and you won't win the fight like that. I mean, you can see it here, they lost double of the units that Copper Collectors lost in that fight, and they lost the C point with it, and after that they were just standing on the end point, once again being traded good by Copper Collectors, and you're just losing all the fights like that. And I felt like, especially the C point, they could have fallen back a little bit more and then try to re-engage after that. And on the A point, or especially the B point, A and B, they just sent in the units one by one. And I mean, we will see it in the replay. I think you can just see the units then going in one by one. And yeah, we will talk about that when we see the replay.
Yeah, I mean, 26 hero kill difference yet again. This is just such a tremendous hero kill difference we saw. It just seems like the Lynx was not able to kill heroes, and Copper Collectors has some very bloodthirsty heroes that were hunting people down, murdering them in the streets left and right. So just a hero difference. I mean, you could try it, even if these fights weren't that bad difference-wise. Yeah, they lost every fight, but when you're losing, 2-to-1 heroes, or even 3-to-1 heroes, you're going to eventually lose because you just run out of hero lives. And if you don't have your lives, so you still have units, you just run out of units because you don't have your lives. You just gotta value those lives a little bit more there. But that will be it for that matchup. That is 2-0 for Copper Collectors as our MVPs. As our victors there. So, beautiful showcasing there by Copper Collectors showing, but that was still a very even matchup considering that was a 2-0. Definitely Lynx could have brought it back and gotten a 1-1. I don't know if they would have won at Grasslands considering how this was going, but we have seen other teams perform really well in Grasslands where they lost in Siege Battle. So
yeah, absolutely. And I think this was way closer than the first match of today with Storangers versus Slap. But still in favor of one team, 2-0. Maybe we'll have a 2-1 in the next one. But I think we have some replays we can watch from those fights. And
I actually recorded this time. I missed the second fight a little bit. So if we could get that replay. I don't know. We gotta walk to our cameraman. Hey, look at that. This is my replay. So we'll have a little bit of drawing as well. Hold on. It'll have to be like this, unfortunately. So we'll have a little bit of drawing as well so we could kind of capitalize on what we're... Yeah, but this is our first fight. And I mean, you can see where Copper Collectors still has, these... there's 5 mortars here. 5 mortars over here and 2 cannons where Lynx is pushing in and they don't have any artillery set up. I mean, this is just a really hard spot for Lynx to push in when there is 7 pieces of artillery here just aiming you down. And I can see it kind of going in a little bit further here of this mortar phase going in. As we go into the engagement, but yeah, the Doppelsteiner silence by copper collectors gets it before everybody comes in, so immediate Lynx is on a disadvantage, and these plume guards will not be able to do anything. Copper collectors getting a immediate starting, shoots a dinger into the blob, so doing great work there. So we go into that, but then we saw the Shenji Grenadier gets a bomb into this section. So that we have the Shenji here getting a bomb here. We'll see that coming in a second here. You see it doing massive damage. I don't know if I saw the Shenji by Silent One doing anything here. We'll probably have to go back, but you can see at the end where the artillery is still firing into this every once in a while. And I mean, it's such a beautifully executed. The Treb comes in late. We do finally have one of the Lynx crew gets into the Shenji, even though it's now Trebbed. Another Doppelsteiner silence comes out, and I mean, beautifully done. This Shenji does live for a very long time, gets another Shenji bomb in, but it just wasn't enough. They just went down so fast to the point where Lynx was not able to really hold it. Let's go a little bit. Let's rewind this. Just watch it one more time here. Just at the very, very start, as they push in, and you can see really how devastating this artillery is. I mean, look at this. Wonderful.
That's just too much AoE damage to really live on. Probably most of those units were on 70% of health. And you're just fighting with weakened units against full life units. The Doppelsoners get the debuff in time, and that's just a huge advantage already in the beginning of the fight. I feel like this cavalry was not stopped properly, and like that, you're already losing a huge ton of your pushing units, and are left with probably only half of the HP you were starting with. And then in the end, of course, trap to the Shenji, but you can't trap that push, so you don't have the big advantage of the attacking side. And
yeah, they just, unfortunately, they are pushing into artillery, and it just was not enough. As we go into our second engagement here, and I think I enjoyed this spot a little bit more. They have artillery up here, but they have 4 minutes. They could have definitely spent some more time, you know, with these. I believe these cannons. I can't really get a really good look there, and you see where Copper Collectors actually, being the good sports they are, they use their Schützedinger and heal Lynx's blob. So a little bit of a misplay by Copper Collector Shoots there, being on cooldown for this. But as we see this engagement come out, I mean, I don't think any of Lynx is on this artillery. Engagement comes out, splitting. Doppelsteiner silence by Copper Collectors gets this blob stunned, so this Plume Guard is not able to use its Long Live the Han. These Modao are not able to brace. This Iron Reaper isn't allowed to charge or use its CCI. The Zealots not allowed to use its abilities. So a really good job by Copper Collectors getting a good silence in there. And you see where, you know, Lynx is sending most of their forces over here on the left side, and it does plow through Copper Collectors very quickly. But this Tiger and Leopard Cav, I mean, that Tiger and Leopard Cav got all the way through. The anti-cav just wasn't there for Lynx yet. And then we go into this engagement here on that bow, where, sure, this engagement, look at this engagement, you know, we have Plume Guards stalling this fight, but these Plume Guards are basically uncontested. Yeah, Lynx has this Doppelsteiner, but I don't think we have seen it use its silence at all this fight. We saw Copper Collectors use its silence, but I don't think Lynx has used the Doppelsteiner silence. That would have helped tremendously, and now uses its silence here as the rest of Copper Collectors comes in. But maybe it was on cooldown. Maybe it was just a little bit of a misplay. Treb coming in here. Treb does beautiful work. I mean, that just does tremendous damage.
I feel like that trap definitely changed a lot here. I think the next one here, that did a lot of team damage. I feel like that's almost a cleared push. And now we see a next trap, and I feel like that one almost only did team damage. You can see it coming in here. That's just not what you want to see. But in the end, they were able to come back, and I feel like you can see here, I think 5 heroes from, or 4 heroes. I think 4 heroes from LYNX. And I kind of like it because often teams stay on this A point with all of their 10 remaining heroes, and then you don't have any resupplies. And that's exactly where they were able then to get this point. It was hard. They weren't able to control the units, which was bad on the deathmatch side. But I feel like in the end, that's what helped them get this point, because if you still have 10 units, 10 heroes here on that point controlling all those remaining units, then you're missing out on the resupply, and you can see it here. CC comes in with resupplies, comes in with new units, and of course, this first set of units from LYNX will be wiped quite effectively because there are no heroes to control them. And then we can see the cavalry, and that's the cavalry coming from those heroes running back from the point, leaving their 5 remaining units on the point and getting some cavalry. And yeah, you can just see it here. It was just cavalry all over the point from every single side, basically. And that's what really won them this A point.
I mean, this cav spam is doing wonderful cav spam. I think they could have gotten this point a little bit earlier if that infantry that was off to the side got on back onto the point, but it seemed like they were getting there. As now, we really see the cav volume comes in. That was a tiger and leopard cav, another tiger and leopard cav, goes straight through, and you just see it is just constant cav after cav after cav. Treb does a little bit of friendly fire there, but now LYNX gets the cav in here. And there's a minute and a half here. A minute and a half. We do have the one copper collector short sword here onto the point. He is doing a little bit of solid. Oh, sorry, there's 2 short swords. There's a short sword here and the short sword here. They are doing a little bit of stalling, trying to hold on. And it's really only cav here. But you see, the copper collectors realizes, hey, we could stall this, but not really what we think will win. And they just pull back all the way back to the C point here, which is definitely a good call here. I think they could have stalled it, but it would have been very risky for them to stall this point. They could have gotten snowballed to the C point and then all the way to home, and would have been very much on the back foot as we then go into our C fight here.
Yeah, and you can see here almost no shields anymore. We can see 1 unit of stalwarts, but that one is braced in the middle, and then I think 5 units of Modaos. Those are just great units, but not that great as, for example, the Bloom Guards, the Phalanx, and all those units from CC.
Yeah, look how snaked LYNX is, though. They still have quite a few units back here. They just are very spaced out here as this fight starts to engage. Double Thunder Silence from copper collectors, and they shoots a dinger as well. This Double Thunder Silence looks like it gets a lot of these Modao. Maybe I'm missing a little bit of the back line there, but it still gets a good chunk of that front line, no longer able to use their abilities. And with the shoots a dinger healing, I mean, this is also a very good thing. This Kudalier charge here, this Tiger and Leopard Cav, had no idea what was coming for it. Is just sitting over there. As you see, these Kudaliers go straight through, and all those Tiger Leopard Cav gone. Which is amazing. Just a beautiful play by Copper Collectors finding the Tiger and Leopard Cav there. And yeah, really, what more can be said? This infantry fight is it's just over right there. Copper Collectors had the better infantry going in for this, so they were able to really win it out. And but I don't know if we will be able to really go much more over here. We'll do a little bit quick recap of the second match. So go to a second match. I unfortunately started this recording really late, so it's kind of into this fight here. But we can kind of see this fight raging on.
Yeah, I mean, this fight was really, really long. The trap
Yeah,
not hitting and all the
yeah.
tanky units stalling it
Shenji
out.
Grenadier does a good amount of
It's
damage, but yeah,
it's
this
just such a
battle,
long fight.
this fight lasted long. Even with me starting this recording late, this fight, like, it's just such a long brawl. And this Cav coming in the back by Fiat 500 did beautiful work into the rest. It really helped Copper Collectors clean that up. The Tiger and Leopard Cav doing wonderful clean up crew job there. Not much more to talk about because I recorded late, unfortunately. Deathmatch happening there. We'll go over the C fight, and I believe that will be the last thing we'll talk about, and then we will go into our next matchup. Right about, I mean, we see the mortar phase. I mean, this mortar phase by Copper Collectors did one for, wow, they did not start this fight for a while. And I go into this. I'll have to do some pause plays more in this. And we see the engagement coming out. Double Center Silence by, looks like blue. So LYNX doing a double center silence before Alice gets in here. So actually a pretty good double center silence. I wouldn't assume that it wins out here. Down now, Copper Collectors gets a double center silence, and this hits everything in this blob. Does beautiful work here, make it so that LYNX is not able to use any of their abilities. They do have 2 double centers, but we're not seeing the second ability be used. Maybe we got animation bug there, but you see that Copper Collectors just pushes all the way through. LYNX is trying to hold on here. Just wasn't enough. I mean, really, what more was they said about that? Shoots a dinger from LYNX to try to get in there. Just was not enough there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, perfectly executed. And I think with that, last fight was not really that much anymore. Not really much from LYNX remaining. And
Yeah.
they were just being wiped here. Good trap, good push. And in the end, I think that's just it. The double Sylvanus getting the ability in, but that's only 4 seconds or 3 seconds. You can hold them. But in the end, you are trying to fight once again with the Modals, not really a front line. Cavalry is still coming through, and your cavalry is being stopped by the enemies for Modals and Phalanx. So LYNX not really having a great time on this endpoint. And in the end, I think that's just every single fight a good advantage for CC. Not too much, but still advantage. And in the end, that's what wins you the matches.
Yeah. Exactly, but I believe that's all the time we will be able to spend on this. We have to now go into PBS versus C, so the poor but sexy versus Story Enjoyers Academy on Hidden City. This will be a very interesting matchup. This is Story Enjoyers Academy team versus Anil. I know Anil has a lot of speaking in the European scene. I don't know why people speak about this guy, but apparently he's very popular, almost infamous in the Conqueror's Blade scene. I have no idea who it is, though, so I can't speak about him that much. But anyways, let's go over the bands before we talk any more about these teams. Hidden City. We're seeing... Sorry, you can go over the bands this time. I've gone over
them. Why not? We have Queen's Knights, Claymores, Iron Reapers, Siphonarioi, Cutilius, and Lion Rock crew band. So I feel like Story Enjoyers Academy, they are just banning so incredibly strong infantry units and saving a good shield unit. So they are just going for long fights. And on the other side, Shenji Grenadier safe. We have seen them work good plenty of times. Shenji is especially strong if the defense tries to hold onto the stairs. There's also a possibility on Hidden City to defend the bottom of the stairs. And I feel like with Shenji's up, that's just not a strat anymore. So you have to fall back, you have to expose yourself to the attacker's artillery. And we do have Falconetti up, we do have javelins, so there might be a bit more tower destruction than in the match before with Story Enjoyers versus Slap. But I don't know, I'm quite curious to see if Story Enjoyers Academy are going for the same strat as the main team, or if they have something completely new themselves.
Yeah, especially with these Reaper Claymore being banned. I mean, that's a lot of tankiness removed from these fights. Yeah, Plume and Spartans are still there, but Reapers and Claymores are so helpful in the damage reductions that I don't know, these fights might be a lot faster than we think. Yeah, Plumes can hold strong, but the rest of your infantry is now going to be a bunch of fragile, weak little baby boys. So, I don't know, this might be a very fast thing as we go immediately into the lobby here. And I'm seeing Zweihanders brought by Story Enjoyers Academy. So many Zweihanders.
Yes.
When
They
you
will
don't
just
have
do so much
Reapers, I
damage.
guess it will work.
They are just dealing so much damage. And I feel like on the other side with the Spartans, I think Swyans are good against the Spartans. And with all the Spartans on the defender side from Poor but Sexy, and not that much damage dealing units. We have some Berserkers, we have some Swyans, we have Mudaus, but I don't really see the huge damage output as we see from Story Enjoyers Academy. I feel like if Story Enjoyers Academy with their full golden and blue setup are getting 2 good fights here, they might stand on the endpoint.
Yeah, and I mean, Spartan plus Y is such a beautiful combo. It's kind of like Spartan plus Reaper, but Zwys are a lot faster clearing the area, unless you have a lot of Plume Guards, which we do not see any Plume Guards. It's going to be very hard to hold the Zwei horde from going through you. And,
yes. And I didn't see too many Falconetti. I actually didn't check it. This time I forgot to check.
I'd be impressed if they brought Falconetti. I think I saw Green Jazz.
It didn't seem like it, and so we will probably see the towers land, and after that, it's just all the golden units from Story Enjoyers Academy. I think they brought 1 unit of Stalwarts, but that's it, and that's just so incredibly strong here, bringing in 3 golden units. You just have 15 golden units going up against probably 8 golden and 8 purple units, and that can just really be an advantageous position for you.
Yeah, I mean, these Doppel Centers do great job into Zweihanders. Zweihanders definitely don't like being silenced, but the damage from PBS seems like it'll be from Berserkers, and Berserkers are great as a sustained fight, but we're using Spartans, which are more of like a burst fight. They want to do their walk, and the fight ends by their walk. Berserkers want to just keep fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting.
Absolutely. I feel like the only position where the Berserkers really can go nuclear is when they are able to get behind the Spartans, because the Spartans would have to cancel their walk to get rid of the Berserkers, and they definitely don't want to do that. And the Berserkers, while they walk, they can just shred the Spartans from behind. Damage output is incredibly high, and with the mastery, they just have so many unit models. So Berserkers, they just have really damage output capabilities, but in the end, you have to get them behind the Spartans, and guess who's behind them?
The guys Zweihanders swinging.
And the Zweihanders. And
yeah, these. Yeah, and I mean, Berserkers have good damage reduction, don't get me wrong, but these Ys are going to make these Berserkers have 0 defenses. 0, because Berserkers don't have that high of defenses. Claymores were banned, so you can't get defenses from them. So these Berserkers are going to be basically tissue paper. They'll have, I think at max stacks of their battle madness, they'll have a somewhere near 30% damage reduction. But 30% damage reduction when you have 0 defenses, you're still going to be taking 4,000 to 5,000 a hit, if not more. Like, you're just folding over like wet paper. Like, sheesh, you were not holding at all.
And Berserkers, even though they have a burst heal when activating the Frenzy ability, they need time to continuously heal, and I feel like Zweihanders won't give them that opportunity. They will just swing left, they will swing right, and then the Berserkers are gone, and they can move on. And I feel like that's exactly the point here. You can see the towers already getting quite close concerning their HP. And that doesn't feel like the defense really are planning on holding them, even though they set up some artillery.
Well, this is second wave of towers, so then there is quite a few towers. They also broke these towers really early. You see there's a pretty big gap from that rubble to the wall. So defenders not having the greatest of discipline of breaking these towers. You can see where the second phase of towers is already getting closer than the first wave of towers. Well, at least the middle tower is. Looks like the left tower will be breaking very shortly. That far tower getting a little bit closer.
Oh, yes, the middle tower, low HP, and I don't think that will make
there's
it.
jabs. Still jabs.
Oh, jabs are moving. That's
the tower lands
again. And
we're doing this yet again. Tower 1 HP. Literally anybody could have jumped off and stalled it, and everybody was standing around.
Just one musket shot would have been enough for that tower. I mean, that's just no HP left there for that tower, but somehow it lands, and that's very unfortunate for PBS here. I feel like destroying the towers early is just always a big mistake there, because you're just delaying your enemy for around 1 minute 30 instead of the 2 minutes 30 or something. You can delay them, or even more when you let the towers get close. But if you let them get close, make sure they get down. Make sure you destroy them and not leave them on 1 HP.
Yeah, I mean, Story and Joyers made the same mistake, but luckily it didn't really hurt them that much. It's now Story Joyers Academy already capitalizing on this tower being landed. It looks like they will be fully committing to this tower. Not really look like any other towers getting pushed here, so they are fully committing to this tower. And PBS off the side, sitting mostly at the A point. They do have a Spartan and a Berserker at the stairs there, so good Spartan and Berserker flank, but I mean, it looks like we're just spending some time. Story and Joyers Academy has put up. Ash and Blood just fell to their death, fell off the tower.
That's unfortunate.
He's definitely going to get talking to after this match. Yeesh. Falling off the tower, I think that is basically 100% max HP. It does near 90% basically, so you have to be full HP, otherwise you die. So wasn't full HP, fell off tower, died. Probably got musket bombed off. So
to be honest,
yikes.
I would like them to set up this artillery, and they do this time. They faked one before, but I think one piece of one cannon can create so much pressure for the defense with just being one piece of utility or artillery. And
yeah, I mean,
like that, already PBS has to rotate from behind that house, and they are being trapped, and
now they're getting trapped and mortared. There's just so much artillery damage being done, and this is just one cannon.
Yeah,
applying this pressure.
You can just set up a second one and just
the flank's already going in.
Flank is going in. That's just way too early here.
Way too early. Double Center starts coming in as well. Double Center comes in. Treb coming as well. Big damage into the back of PBS as now the James fully comes in. Everyone turns around. Double Center by Story Joyers Academy as well, and the STRYs are swinging straight through, and PBS eviscerated. They're gone. Nobody's here anymore.
Yeah, I mean, just like that, you just lost almost nothing. Story and Joyers, they set up one cannon. They moved the defense from behind the tower onto the point, and then just trapped them and mortared them until they had to push. The flank coming in early, just being shredded before the main push is coming in even. And yeah, then the main push comes in, weakened, no flank. That's just as easy as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, Story Joyers Academy loves this frontal fight, especially with all these Y-handers. Ys hate turning around. They're very much a front go and don't worry about anything else. And I mean, they front went. They dealt with the side. They dealt with the flank because the flank went in too early. And once you're done with the flank, I mean, they had like 6 to 7 Ys swinging there, all reducing defenses, minus 500 slashing defense. These Ys hit really hard when your opponent has 500 less slashing defense. Look at that quality difference. 900 golds.
I mean, that's just, it feels like that match is already decided here from this first fight. PBS, they have to bring up a really, really strong defense here on this B point, and they have no artillery left to support them. There are 13 pieces of artillery left for Story and Joyous Academy, and only 1 for the defense. So will this one piece of artillery make the difference? Get rid of 400 units in tier 5 from Story and Joyous Academy? I highly doubt it will get more than maybe 5 units.
Yeah, I mean, and also 5.5 minutes, plenty of time for Story and Joyous to set up another artillery phase. And we do see a ballista being placed by that musket. It's trying to snipe down some of the stuff, and some more mortars as well. So Story and Joyous Academy forcing PBS to rotate around, which is, you know, it sucks for PBS here, forced to leave the B side. I mean, the mortars are now being played, so where they're at is definitely very mortarable. PBS will be forced to probably go into the gateway of A to hide from these mortars, or to the other side into a different spot to be hit by trebs or mortars. And yeah, they're just taking so much artillery damage already. Yep, and now as they walk away, going further away from this B point.
Yeah, it's just too much artillery damage once again.
Shoots a dinger, heal comes in, so it will top up these units, so they're not worried too much. But now these shoots will have to go back to supply. They're still taking mortar damage. Yeah, PBS now forced to go all the way on the other side, very far away. So Story and Joyous Academy able to cleanly get this supply, walk down uncontested. Yeah, it's just free. It's all free real estate.
It's just exactly what they plan to do. 5 pieces of artillery left. That's not too much, but still 2 heroes on the wall, still using those mortars and just continuing to create the pressure, continuing to force the defense to rotate into awkward positions. With just 2 heroes less here in the blob, they can just rotate down very quickly, or if they have to correct units, just use them from up top. We see a flank coming in from Berserkers on the top, so those pieces of artillery will no longer be usable, be used. The glaive could use those pieces of artillery itself. Why destroy it? It could just use them all, and that would have a massive impact as the push comes in here into the middle.
A little bit of a misplay there by that glaive. Imagine if he was using that artillery right now. Look at that beautiful blob. Oh, my Shenji bomb.
Holy, I just hate that play from the glaive. Look at this blob. That's just 1 mortar shot into everything. And he has like 6 mortars up there. He could just use them all.
Yeah, also those mortars were out of ammo. I mean, that bad Shenji bomb by PBS tried to get some value there. Now we're just in a kind of a weird engagement spot. Nope, there we go. Story Joyous Academy walking forward, uses the CCI of the Yellow Turbans. Shenji bomb coming in as well. Double Center Story came out as the engagement rolls on. The Zwys are swinging. There is no Spartans of PBS. They all got Zwide. Who cares about Spartans? I have Zwyanders. And you can just see PBS is getting ran through. There is nothing they could do there. All their units are already gone. And the Zwyanders are now turning around. They're coming back to start swinging on these Modal.
Very quick second fight here. Once again, those Spartans are not tanking anything here with the Zwyanders. They are just getting clean through. And once again, PBS not really utilizing their units. Really good. Another push coming onto the B. They're trying to hold it. They're jumping the point as well. But
the Tiger Leopard Calf goes into the side. Beautiful there, but will it be enough? The Spartans are trying to walk forward, but once I get those wide, the Tiger Leopard Calf though is still going to the back of Story and Joyous Academy with the double center stance as well. But it does not look like it will be enough. Story and Joyous Academy is just holding strong here. Even with this Tiger Leopard Calf still keeps going into their back. It's just not enough. The stalwarts were able to turn around and deal with them, and they will be able to get this B point. And now PBS is forced back to home. I don't think they hold this home.
That's 1,000 units for Story Enjoyers Academy versus 480. And look at that quality. 111 tier 5 units against 708. That's just like a walk in the park for Story Enjoyers right now.
Yeah, I mean, they have barely lost any of their beautifully wonderful unit of Zweihanders. We love the French unit of Zweihanders. Such a great unit. I mean, does amazing damage there. But PBS is trying to hold on, but I mean, when you have the burst damage of Zweis, Spartans are never living the Zwei Armageddon.
Absolutely. Here we can see the next push from Story Enjoyers Academy, and probably the last they need. Shenjis, good Shenjis here, amazing Shenjis from the defense, weakening everything in this blob. I think we have seen some Cicalian militia, I'm not sure though, I didn't see them before. But some units in there got killed. Here you can see them all lying on the ground, and I think that was a really good engagement here from PBS. Now falling back to the point, not really worrying about that too much. Another Shenji volley. I feel like that one was quite unnecessary because now you're on cooldown. Now you have probably only one grenade volley left. And Story Enjoyers Academy, they are preparing to push you.
Yeah, but they gotta be fast. They only have 2.5 minutes. I mean, they've won every fight, but time is ticking. The double Shenji, though. Yes. Look at them go. Beautiful damage. The double-siders from Story Enjoyers Academy goes off, but not gonna hit anything as now the Zweis are walking forward and they are cleaving everything down. And look at them do great things. The double-siders comes off again. But yeah, I mean, PBS already lost all their infantry. These Zweis are just cleaning up house. Beautifully working. Best unit in the game. Always be using it. Screw Reapers. I have a Zweihanders. Is Story Enjoyers Academy clears this point. There's still a little bit of PBS here scrounging around. 9 of them alive now. They're doing as much as they can. There's Tiger Leopard Cav just leaps through. Another Tiger Leopard goes through as well. Both sides using the Tiger Leopard Cav, but it just... PBS does not look like it will have enough. 3 of them alive here. Stalling as long as possible. Neil goes down. 2 PBS alive. Where is he? The short sword is on the point, stalling as long as possible. 1.5 minutes remaining. So if they stall this properly, they could be able to stall this off enough. 1.5 minutes. Another short sword replaces him as when it gets off the point. Has to get back on, dies out, and there's no PBS alive here to stall this point any longer. This will be going.
That's a clean victory for Story Enjoyers Academy. 1 minute left on the clock. And 700 units left. Most of them tier 5. Amazing fights, good pushes, and just perfect usage of artillery.
Yeah, as we go into our MVPs here, Shallow Bird as our MVP of Story Enjoyers Academy, 2-1-13 with 139 unit kills. Being that bastard sword doing very good damage there. Nothing outstanding there, but still doing great. Killed 42 Zweihanders. That man is a Zwei killer. He might have brought Zweis, but he's also still a Zwei murderer. As we go down to Urutusuna as our most valuable tank. 3-0-11, 105 unit kills. Taking almost 5.5 million damage by his units. Probably brought some Bloom Guard or some Spartans. Or a little bit of both. Doing really good there. As we go to our third MVP, we'll go to... Mavidin as 3-1-4. Yeah, the person you're on. 3-1-4, 167 unit kills, doing not the greatest damage for our Bastard Swords players. Barely getting over that 60,000, almost 70,000 damage, but he got 167,000 unit kills. So doing wonderful work with his units. Probably that Zweihander as the murdering everything. Also killed some IPGs. I didn't even know they brought IPGs. As we go over to the PBS side, MVP Sangrita also looks like he got the MVA, so assist points as well. Being that Glaive player 032, 110 unit kills. Definitely holding up his team as much as he can there. Doing fairly all right stats, doing 2 million damage by his units. So great job by him. As we go down to Casper the Friendly Ghost as our most valuable contributor, doing 1.1 million damage. So great job by our musket players. And then we'll go to PBS, Poor But Sexy, just because that is the team name and his name is the team name. 13042 unit kills, dual blade player. I would probably just spam bow shurikens around. Still did all right. All things considered. Only a B rank though, so not the greatest. Probably could. We'll shout out Anil as well. And the PBS side, 12192 unit kills. Did pretty great stats there by our Bastard Star players. As we go to our post-battle analysis, Story Enjoyers Academy is the red side, and yeah.
I mean, you can see who they are just looking at this first spike. The unit deaths from PBS, they just exploded that. They just got annihilated completely. Almost no losses for Story Enjoyers Academy, and all losses from PBS. They just lost everything they had. Incredible engagement. They tried to push onto the approaching attackers, but it didn't work at all. Flanked too early. Then the rest of the units just in the trap, in the mortars, being weakened, then pushing in. They were just completely wiped. And after that, just a good push from Story Enjoyers Academy onto the B point. You can see a lot more losses from PBS. They were able to get some kills back into their favor. You can see at one point they almost lost nothing and killed around 160 units from Story Enjoyers Academy. But Story Enjoyers Academy, they just had the resupplies. They were able to come back and then just cleanly wipe the point and take this first victory.
Yeah, and I mean, look at that hero kill difference, 26 hero kill difference. So we're going back to us. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, it's okay. It's okay, cameraman. It's okay. I got it. 26 hero kill difference. I mean, this looks so far like just skill differential here. The Story Enjoyers Academy, even being an academy team, played beautifully here. And especially that first engagement, it seemed like PBS just jumped the gun. Their flanking squad was a little bit too early. Maybe the call was go in, and the flanking squad just heard go in and just went in and didn't realize where the main push was going. So the flanking squad, just being closer, got there first, was able to engage, and the main squad just wasn't able to really capitalize. So the flank just died, and now you're just down 2 units, and you're pushing into 7s wise. That's 7s wise. You can't push into 7s wise. There's just that unit is so unbelievably good being pushed into that you just will just immediately die. I don't think there's any unit that could really push into 7s wise besides Reaper spam, but Reaper spam is banned. And
yes,
Claymores are banned.
I mean, Reapers and Claymores, they are just wiping everything at this point in the meta, together with the Queen's Knights, and all those units are banned from Story Enjoyers Academy. They don't like the meta, and we see exactly why. They are just so good with those Zweihanders and the Spartans. They can just ban the meta and get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, they have been practicing other units. They realized, hey, these are the units that are normally getting banned. We're going to practice other units. I mean, no team is going to ban Zweihanders. That would be such a respectful ban. It'd be like, oh, hey, they banned Reaper Spartans and Claymores? Yeah, we'll ban it. We'll just ban Zweihanders. No team is going to reasonably think that. They're going to be like, whatever, Zweihanders. I don't care about Zweihanders. But yeah, apparently these teams need to actually be respecting these Zweihanders quite a bit. They're doing very good damage and doing basically the job of these Reapers, especially paired with Spartans. And you can't really bring Spartans against Zwies because Zwies do not care. They just destroy these Spartans. So hopefully this is a wake-up call for PBS. Maybe they swapped their comp around. They realized that these Ys are doing massive damage. I mean, it'd be a very last-second comp switch, but I don't know what really you're bringing to deal with it. Maybe you bring Silidars, right? Silidars aren't really that pushing forward unit. They kind of sit back and do their damage. So Silidars are going to be a little bit better. because they will push into the Zwys, and Zwys are very hard to like walk forward as they're doing their damage. So, but I'd be very impressed if they did a last second swap to Cylindars. That is another unit that I don't think any team is really going to be bringing either.
Yeah, I feel like now swapping to Swyanders is necessary here, but I can only imagine the comments right now with like, what the hell are you guys bringing on Swyanders as doctrines? What doctrines are good on those? And I mean, you don't use doctrines on every single unit you have on the CBL server, because you would have to give every unit doctrines, and you're just giving the units you play doctrines, and maybe figure out before a match when you play some off-meter unit which doctrines you play on them. But now you have a unit completely dominating that you never expected to even bring, so you now have to give them doctrines and maybe even ask your mates, how do you even play those guys?
I mean, Zwys are, I mean, they were brought in quite a bit, like a long time ago when we saw the, before all these buff of Queens versus Zwys versus Reapers, and Zwys were really good against Queens. Now with all the buffs, Zwys are kind of, they're not really that capitalizing on the Queens anymore. But now, you know, back in there, a lot of people are rusty on these Zwys. But I mean, Storage Warriors Academy has been practicing Zwys apparently. Maybe on the main server, they're like, hey guys, practice Zwys. Just know how this unit works, you know? Get your one, make sure they're fully charged. They have their buff ready for when they actually go in, and they'll do some like really good damage. They've probably been practicing that, and no other team seems to be practicing the Zweihander play, or really knows how to deal with the Zweihander play. They're more worried about the Reaper Claymore, but Reaper Claymore hasn't really been labbed out and figured out either. So I mean,
yeah, I could only imagine now in the future team captains banning Swyhanders if they see the Reaper Claymore ban from Story Warriors Academy, and they're like, I know what's coming, you won't be able to play this one against me.
Yeah, at the very least, they know that if Reaper Claymore are banned, Story Warriors Academy is going to probably be bringing Swyhanders. But it'd be really funny if like they had a backup to this. Like now, instead of Zweihanders, we're bringing in Varangian Guard. That would be the next kind of step there. Varangians still beating that burst damage, but a little bit more of a sustained burst, where Zwys are pure burst. So I'd be surprised if they went to Varangians. But I mean, if we're bringing Zwys, I think any gold unit is available at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we can go into the lobby in a few seconds as soon as the unit picks up, and just check out what PBS are bringing to the table here instead of maybe their unit composition from before.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they got a little bit of a different as we go into this. I am seeing like about the same composition. I think nothing has changed. I see 3 Falconetti by Story Warriors Academy.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. And the rest is on culverins and cannons, so definitely full setup to counter those towers. And I almost see no cavalry on the side of PBS, so they are quite prepared to fight on the walls. They won't be stuck on the floor with their cavalry. They have some golden calf, but I feel like they are quite good preparated for this. Now the big thing is, how do they land those towers, or do they have to push through the gate in the end?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be very hard to push these towers. I mean, 3 Falconetti throughout the years haven't been the greatest of tower denial. We know how inaccurate these poor guys are. One of these days they'll figure out how to actually aim their little mortars, but they still do help. They're a little bit more impactful than a javelin unit, especially since these Falcos can play a lot safer, a little bit more accurate. Oh, I don't think they're accurate, but a lot safer with all their ammo. So they'll be doing about 40% of the tower's health, where the jabs are doing maybe around 30. So we'll see exactly how these Falcos perform instead of the green jabs. Also, we saw all those Falco players were bringing the exact same unit comp.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I think that's exactly what fits into leadership, because they were just like Falconetti, Zweihanders, then some blue Doppelsolners, and then a green unit to that, and that's just perfectly the leadership we have. So those Falcos having apparently a perfect unit composition going with them. And I feel like the Falconettis with the cannons should at least get 3 rounds of towers. If they don't get the 3, it might be a misplay. At least 2 they have to get. They have to get 2, and they have to be very cautious to not destroy the towers too early, because otherwise they're just wasting so much of their potential. And you can already see 1 unit of Falconetti starting to shoot straight into the wall, because
We love shooting the wall. He's going to form a new breach. That Falco is going to do wonderfully. Oh, he's no longer forming a new breach. He's shooting over the wall.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, to get the most value out of Falconetti, you don't shoot the towers too much until the end. I mean, the perfect use case for Falconetti would be the Falconetti shoot at the tower until it's like 1 meter away from the wall, and in the end, they destroy it. Right now, we see all towers on low HP, so the Falconetti have to stop shooting, and that's already wasting some of the potential, because you could save like, oh, and 1 tower already going down, you could save like 5 shots from your cannons just with letting the Falconetti shoot, and that's all 3 towers destroyed around 30 seconds before they need to be.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite a misplay by these tower breaks. Yeah, we're having Falconetti be our main damage dealer, but you still want these towers to get really close before you break them. Like, you're just losing a lot of time that you could have been stalling for. So this is just unfortunate by Storage's Academy. I would have expected a little bit better plays, but maybe these Falcos have enough ammo to where you're okay breaking them early, and you could still break 3 rotations to towers. Because that's really what we're aiming for here. 3 rotations to towers, especially considering what's happening here. Most teams look like they break the first rotation, and then the second rotation, a tower lands by misplays. So we'll see exactly how, if Storage's Academy can break this second rotation of towers, or if they will fail like all those.
Yeah, I think from what I've seen in previous tournaments on Hidden City is with 3 Falconetti, you can, in theory, destroy the towers until the end of the match if you perfectly play them. Most of the time, you misplay at some point, or you destroy the towers too early, or whatever. Your cannons get destroyed by people jumping onto your walls, the cannons get trapped, and all that stuff. But in theory, you could delay all the 10 minutes or 11 minutes you have on this map, and right now it doesn't look like it. The second round already destroyed, only 1 tower being still up. They will shoot it in a few seconds just to make sure it goes down, and oh, they are leaving it there just to stand, but I think that was just a friendly fire, destroy the tower just to make sure it goes down.
Okay, stall it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they're breaking these towers. They've gotten 2 towers destroyed, but look how far away these towers are getting destroyed. That rubble shows that that's like about 25 seconds that they could have spent just having that tower still be pushed. And also, gate push?
Oh, yes. PBS going into the gate, and they are being met here by some anti-cav cavalry not going through. And now they have to fight onto both sides. Of course, 3 units not in there, so that could be an advantageous position here. But Shitsliners healing the blob, and now the strong Zweihanders are going in, supported by the shields in the front. Spartans marching in, Stalwarts bracing. And from both sides, Zweihanders incredible damage output, and you can already see PBS struggling here. The Doppelsoldater debuff comes in. The Spartans are now marching into the other direction from PBS, so they will get some decent damage into the back of the units from Story and Joyous Academy. Plume Guards are standing in this blob as well, but in the end, will it be enough? Probably not. The Spartans are being wiped slowly but steadily, and now probably Story Enjoyers Academy can bring some reinforcements. A point is being captured though. Berserkers are going in. Shenji are being placed as well. And that gate fight now looks very possible.
Yeah, I mean, Story Enjoyers not getting the reinforcements. It looks like both of their supplies were blocked and they're just can't reinforce the supply. And PBS actually winning the battle of attrition. I don't think Story Enjoyers played their Zweihanders in the correct positioning, so they went down very early in the fight and weren't able to fully clean out those Spartans. And also Story Enjoyers Academy probably still had their 3 Falconetti out, so they're just down 3 units when this fight started up. But it looks like, yeah, and the towers have now landed, so PBS will be able to get the A point here. But they took some heavy losses there. We'll see exactly how this pans out later, but that already looked very even going into this.
Yeah, and they should get the A point, but it's still being fought over. And right now, Story Enjoyers Academy could, in theory, go up there, but I don't think they will. The towers have landed, and I think that was exactly the point for the push. So in the gate, we actually didn't have a 15 versus 12 fight, but we had probably a 12 versus 12 fight because PBS were still pushing those front towers, and with that didn't have all the units, so it was quite even. But in the end, I think units losses were a bit higher on the PBS side.
Yeah. But now forced back to the B point. I mean, it looked like Story Enjoyers Academy really wanted to end this game on A. Now they have 3 Falconetti gunners that are going to be quite useless for this B fight.
Oh yes, and we have still 28 more pieces of artillery on the side of PBS versus the 4 on the Story Enjoyers Academy side. So right now, PBS, they could really deal some massive trap damage and after that artillery damage. And with that, maybe turn the favor around into their favor and like that, maybe get the upper hand here, and we can already see some beautiful mortar shots landing in this blob, and Story Enjoyers Academy retreating, therefore.
Yeah, I mean, this point is so unbelievably hard to like actually just hold in a standard spot. You're really just kind of sitting in a spot to force the attackers to place artillery, and once they place artillery, you just rotate around to the other side. You're like, all right, we've forced you to place, 10 artillery pieces, so we're happy with PBS. What Jigu there down went off the wall there, got absolutely jumped and murdered by the bastard swords of Story Enjoyers Academy. Ake being one of the murderers.
Yeah, and those heroes, they are looking for some artilleries that they can get, and right now it's really, really dangerous for PBS. They have to be careful not to overstep that here, because if they're spread out over the walls like that, they could be flanked, and that's exactly what Story Enjoyers Academy is looking for. But right now, I feel like PBS is playing this really, really good. They will lose some of the artillery pieces on the walls because of the heroes just going up there and destroying them. But in the end, they can just walk down. They can, hopefully for them, capture the point. And Story Enjoyers Academy, I feel like they kind of want to disrupt them while capturing the point, because otherwise they might be very, very close to the B point.
It's a
beautiful Shenjis.
This is a spot that isn't usually fought over. That was a beautiful Shenji by PBS, and we're kind of stuck here now. Cannons being built by both sides. Shenji by PBS misses there. I believe they still have 2 more throws, so they'll still do some good work here, but definitely a weird engagement already coming out here. Fighting positioning at this stairway area. Supply has been taken by PBS, so they can get some reinforcements. They can pull out a new unit.
Yeah, I feel like it's still a good position for PBS because they can resupply the 2 units of Shenji and just keep throwing in those grenades. And I don't really see a counter to that from the side of Story Enjoyers Academy. They have 1 Coco, 1 Shenji, but they can't resupply them, so they have to be careful about when to throw those grenades. And we can just see another
big
beautiful Shenji throw.
Holy, these Shenji by PBS are doing wonders here. Silence coming out from Story Enjoyers Academy. They Tiger Leopard Cav goes into the back of PBS, but the Modal will catch all of it there. That's how the push really starts coming out. And it doesn't look like Storage Academy is going to be able to do that much, but their Cav is doing wonders. But another Tiger Leopard Cav goes in the back of Storage Academy. And this looks like Storage Academy is going to be forced back to the home, but they have been fully wiped here. We're not able to hold. They just took too many Shenji Grenadiers. And they're trying to resupply. They're pulling new units from over here on this other supply here. The Phalanx are braced. We'll catch this Tiger Leopard Cav, but Phalanx is going to get chased down by this Dual Blaze. And the Bastard will be forced to play guard duty here for this Phalanx.
Oh, absolutely. And you can see it here. PBS is looking for those units, and that would be a huge loss as well for Story Enjoyers Academy. They are already down 400 units. And now losing Plume Guards and Phalanx, 2 huge golden units just for free here. That's incredible for PBS and a huge loss for Story Enjoyers Academy. And I just feel like that was a huge misplay here from Story Enjoyers Academy to pull those units from the supply, knowing you are getting overwhelmed on the point. And I feel like that's now a huge advantage for PBS, and they could just really bring us here to Grasslands.
Yeah, this is looking more and more like we're going to Grasslands. I mean, 6 minutes basically on the clock. 500 units to 986. There's a quality difference. Is so outstanding. I mean, if this was mostly gold to purples for Storage Academies, I think they could hold it. But you see where only half of their units are golds and the rest is kind of fodder. I mean, 40 purples is okay, but the rest is kind of fodder units. I don't think they really have much of units to hold here. And now PBS with their artillery advantage is going to just start spamming down artillery. And at home point, defenders really can't just sit here at home. It's very hard to just hold here, with, especially with all these mortars are being fired left, right, and centered.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have the safe spot off this small house, but that's about it. And you don't want to stick all your units in there, which they probably will even have to do here, because then the attackers can just go in, block the entrance to this house, and then you're just trapped. That's just a very, very small entrance. And you're just really trapped there. Another good kid here on the backside, getting rid of some annoying green pikes. Doesn't really do too much, but in the end, it's just all about getting rid of the flanks, getting rid of the front line, and then just getting rid of everything else. And a good trap here, maybe not being called by the defense.
That's right. I mean, the trap coming in here, but good Tiger Leopard Cav goes into the back of PBS. Also, PBS already used their shoots a dinger here. So they're waiting for that cooldown to come back before they start another engagement, but already walking forward. Double shot, Shenji Grenadier coming in, does massive damage on the plume. A little bit off there. That's great damage there. Double Star Science comes in by PBS as the engagement starts rolling around, and they are almost fully surrounding Story Enjoyers Academy. Double Star by them comes out as well as the fight rages on. And this looks very in favor of Story Enjoyers Academy here. They are pushing straight through PBS, even with how little units they have left. They are holding strong. The Phalanx are doing a great job. They are blobbed up as well as they can. The shoots today have already healed. But these berserkers are still alive by PBS, and they're just there they go down here. Storage Academy will win this engagement here, but now and they bring it more in line, but it's still very close here. 3.5 minutes, so they could stall us out, but it's going to be still very hard for Storage Academy as the Tiger Leopard Cav charges through the Rattan Pikemen, getting the short sword there. As Soldiers Academy actually looks like they will be doing a little bit of a sally by these Tiger Leopard Cav, catching more and more PBS being out of positioning,
and
dying
that's
even
also
more
time. That's just delaying so much time. They are getting the units. It's not a huge loss here for the attackers, but if you look at this, the unit count, only 3 minutes left. PBS only 8 heroes alive, so they have to watch on and wait for the respawns. We don't know how many heroes have lives left, so that could be possible for Story Enjoyers Academy, and that would be just a miracle here to pull off.
It's definitely looking like a miracle. I mean, Story Enjoyers definitely brought this back. I mean, at the start, I was thinking that they would be able to pull this back into their life. Let's see if anyone's on death row or out of the fight. First, on the PBS side, one of PBS is out. That looks like it's it. Where Story Doors has one person out. I'll go down. Okay, so both sides only have a one person completely out of the fight. So I mean, it's a 14v14. So still anybody's game in theory here.
But only 2 minutes left, and one mortar from the defense. So Falconetti also on the point. If they are being protected in close range, they can be like shotgun Falconetti, just every shot hitting, just dealing massive AoE damage. But you can see already Berserkers going in.
Yeah, the Falcons are already gone.
My goodness, that's
Yeah.
a huge blob from PBS. Yeah.
Yeah, PBS has a big blob. And the Kudo, that's Scout Cav. The Scout Cav goes straight through Story Doors Academy. They try to hold on for dear life. They are been fully wiped here. They still have a little bit of Zweihanders and Raton Pikeman holding strong in that little tent there, but it just will not be enough. 8 people alive, 1 minute and 18 seconds here. They have to stall as long as possible. The Tiger Leopard Cav jump in, but there's Mo Dao over there. They will not let this Tiger Leopard Cav do any more farming as they slowly stall out. Down to 7 heroes alive here. They're going to stall one down slowly and slowly here. Got to get somebody on this point. Bastard Sword gets onto the point. Doing a little bit of stalling. He needs to find another friend here. It's going to find another Bastard Sword. Bastard Sword off their Storage Academy. Off the point. Bastard Sword now walks in. He'll do a little bit of stalling, gets knocked off his horse away from the point, though. Unfortunately, not able to do a stall as much. Other Bastard Sword goes down, goes immediately down. Short Sword, though, has his iron sights. Will try to out the point, but he's on the edge there. Gets knocked away from it, just too far away. 36 seconds. This home point is basically 90% capture. That iron sight is going to be going down very soon here. He's getting surrounded by units. That man is definitely in Stone Guard armor. He will not die. Finally goes down 99% capture here. Any 1 second will be able to capture it, and they will go down, and we will be going to a grasslands.
Oh my goodness, 20 more seconds, all now lost here from Story Enjoyers Academy. They had a really good comeback. Sadly, in the end, units were not enough. And you said it right. We are going to grasslands, and I can't wait to see those teams fight it out on grasslands.
But before we do that, let's go to our MVPs of Bravo. As our MVP was also the most valuable assist points, 3, 2, 12, 145 unit kills. Beautiful stats by our Short Sword, doing 500,000 hero damage. Probably running Flame Checkle or Purple Set. Did a wonderful job there. As we go down to Poor But Sexy as our dual. Actually, no, we'll go to Jigo. 10-3. 10-3-6, tying with, I believe, most hero kills record here so far. With that 10 hero kills, one of the few people that have gotten to that double-digit hero kills. Beautiful work by our Dual Blades finding those hero kills. As we go to Casper, the friendly ghost at the bottom there, is 2, 1, 13, 106 hero unit kills, doing 1 million damage. Great job by Casper. As we go to the Story Enjoyers Academy side, great job by PBS getting that last second win. Story Enjoyers Academy side, Ember's Gods, our MVP, 1, 2, 3 with 109 unit kills, doing 1.2 million damage. This is exactly what you want to see of your Bastard Swords, doing beautiful work here. As we go down to Ake, Story Enjoyers Academy, Ake, the most valuable tank here, 228, 50-70 unit kills, taking about 7 million damage, doing 400,000 damage by his hero by itself. A wonderful damage as well. Going down to Broly as our most valuable contribution points, getting that badge of honor. Not the greatest stats, but 1, 2, 12 as the short sword. I believe he was the short sword of the that lived at the end there as long as possible. It just wasn't enough. As we go to our post-battle analysis of PBS is red.
Oh yes, and we just make this quick as we have once again a grasslands here coming up for us. First fight, kinda even, a bit advantage for PBS here, and then second fight, amazing for PBS, getting a huge advantage. But then you can see it in the third fight, even unit trade until the end of this fight with the selling out from Story Enjoyers Academy, getting a huge chunk of units from Story and from PBS. But in the end, even trade, and that was not enough for Story Enjoyers Academy. 20 seconds left, and PBS take this. Hero kills kind of even. I think a bit more hero kills from the side of PBS than from the side of Story Enjoyers. And with that, that's GG's, and we will be going to grasslands.
Yeah, I mean, this is very even, but I mean, this was down to 20 seconds. 20 seconds here. So I mean, I think this is still an advantage of Storyjoy's Academy, but PBS brought it back to the point where this could still be anyone's game. I mean, we're 1-1. It's Grasslands. Grasslands is really everything here. Grasslands could go either way. It's such a very heavy rotation game. It puts a lot of stress on our cameraman. We had a match in NA in the grouping stages where it was like 7 fights going on at the same time. It was like impossible for our cameraman to keep up. So hopefully we don't have it as crazy as that match and our cameraman can actually keep up with everything. But I mean, this is exciting. Well, who knows what will happen here? I mean,
and I just love Grasslands because you have so many opportunities and you only need that 1 second on the endpoint in the end to win it all. It often comes down to which team gets this advantage. And I mean, for those who don't know, the first decision for the winner is who gets the enemy's percentage to 0. And if the time runs out, who's got more percentage off from the enemies or who has more percentage left will win it. And if both teams are on the same percentage, so if both probably on 100%, I think I've never seen 2 teams being tied somewhere else apart from the 100%, then it comes down to who controls more of those points on the map. So oftentimes we see just one team controlling 2 of the points, and then as soon as they lose one, they lose 1% of their end point. And then that completely changed the whole strategy because you have to get that 1% back into your favor. And that means you have to get either all 3 points. If you have all 3 points, you get 1% per second of the enemy's percentage. Or you just step on the enemy point and yeah, it's like a normal point. The more people are on it, the faster you capture it.
Yeah, I mean, it's Grasslands. I feel like any of our people who have played ranked have experienced the joys of playing a grassland map. I know I love playing Grasslands. That is just a little bit of chaos going there, and you get that triple point. You're like, we've had some matches where that you get that triple point, you get it down to 100% versus 8%. You're like, there's no way we can lose, and then they actually come back with the unit trade, and now you're down to 200 units. There's 5 minutes. There's 3 minutes left. You have 200 units. So you just can't win anymore. There's been some sways there as well with the unit trade. So I mean, we'll see exactly. And also just be Grasslands. We might see an AC split. We might see B close point. We might see A close point B. There's so many. This initial phase really determines the swing of things of how these 2 teams will really be doing it. I mean, the first minute or two really decides how this Grasslands is going to go.
Oh yes, and also unit composition, because you can either go with full cavalry and just say, good, we will out-rotate everyone. They won't keep up with the infantry. The pikes won't be in position. We will just capture 2 points, go to the endpoint, and just wipe them on it. Mm-hmm. Or you're going with heavy infantry and try to control 2 points, and then just go to the third or go to the endpoint and just try to capture that. And that's just so much going on, and 1 second can make the difference. I just love to play it in ranked. I just love to see it in the CBL, and I think the big difference between ranked and the CBL is in ranked you sometimes have a bit of communication problems between you and your mates maybe, and you're going for the wrong points. But here in the CBL that won't happen, at least I hope. And yeah, I mean, as long as you hold on to 2 points, you're quite fine.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a hold on to 2 points. Yeah, get your little advantages, get your 0.01% capture advantage, and now all you gotta do is hold 2 points. You really don't even need to hold 2 points. You could just hold 1 point supply and home. Puts you a little bit on the back foot, a little bit more stressed about things going on. But if that's what you have to do to win, that's what you have to do to win. But you're taking a little bit of time getting into this Grasslands. I would have thought we got a little bit longer. Let me go check on this ready check here. Not really much more we could talk about here on the Grasslands. I do see both of them have readied up, so we will be going in here fairly shortly.
I'm very excited. And it seems like we are going in the next few seconds, and then we will see the unit composition. I think from that we can already see kind of what those teams are up for and what they want to do.
Did we swap the names at the top? Okay. Oh, it's randomized sides. Okay, yeah. So that is why we've... Yeah, so we might have a little bit of issue calling teams if we get teams on the wrong side. No, it looks like we have them on the right side so far.
We have the right. Good.
We have been, I think our first, no, 2 for 5. This is the second time it's been correct. The other
that's good.
3 times it's been wrong. Looking at the units though, PBS looking like they're favoring more cavalry, also having an ASAP, which is kind of weird.
I think PBS.
Oh, never mind.
They have a lot of infantry as well. They have the Spartan Modao combination.
I looked at Stories of Joyer's Academy, and that is Cav. That is so much Cav. Is that an NA team? That is almost all Cav. One person's bringing infantry, and it's all you're bringing 1 infantry and double Cav. Basically, is all their team.
I think 3 people have Cav. Double infantry and 1-time Cav, but that's about it. So we have 27 cavalry units, and almost all of them are golden.
Yeah, this is okay. We'll see if PBS's anti-cav can keep up with this much cav.
I mean, I've seen a ton of Modaos on the side of PBS, so they might be, but the Spartans will be very exposed there. I think the big problem with the Spartans Modao combination instead of something like a Spartans Phalanx combination is the Modaos will stay braced, or if you press the 2 ability, they will walk into a random direction where they see the enemy, and then they can brace again, but they won't follow the Spartans, while with something like a Phalanx, you can just activate the walk to follow the Spartans and always stay together, and I feel like that could weaken the Spartans here a bit.
It does look like PBS is going B close point, where Story of Joy's Cami with all their cav is going AC. It's kind of expected when you're going full cav. Yeah, this C point will be the true deciding factor here. Does look like Story of Joy's Cami. They didn't bring any chariots, so they're going to be struggling to get to this point in time to stop it from being captured, and that's kind of a very important part of this C rush, is getting to that point before they will be able to stop the capture.
I thought they had the C point, because you usually take a quarter off the point to stop it.
Yeah, IPG walked there, will go down to the cavalry. Unfortunately, was caught out. CA has been captured. B is captured as well as B has not been captured by PBS.
That could be an endpoint push. If you look at it, endpoint is at risk and nothing is on it. So right now, PBS really struggling to find their way into this map.
Yeah, I mean, PBS already running back to the endpoint. This is very risky of them, and they're all running back. They have 1 person on B. This is very risky of them to do, because now only 1 person at B. They're relying really on that 1 guy to hold with his Modao. Versus, it looks like an ASAP that will eventually be coming down to him. But this fight at the home point here is going to be very rough. The Yan Yidao already going down to the Tiger and Leopard Cav by Story of Joy's Academy. So
already that's the push onto the B point. They are sending the cavalry to the B point, or maybe around. But I feel like they could just send it to the B point. They could just hold the cut. They could just cut off PBS from going to the B point and send the units there. But that's the push onto the
Cavs. Yeah, the push comes in. The Star Wars, the Cav is charging through. The Yans are going. The Tiger Leopard's going. The Modao are trying to hold strong, but the stalwarts are pushing into them, and this is looking very dire for PBS. Another Tiger Leopard Cav comes in, doesn't look like it really hits much, it's a little bit of the Modao. Another Tiger Leopard Cav by PBS tries to get in there, but the stalwarts will hold strong. PBS has a Shenji on the hill as well that we didn't really mention about, but it does get Tiger Leopard Cav. That cap has been started. We got down to 91%. PBS has to run into the Tiger Leopard Cav, trying to get back in here, charging straight through. It looks like they're killing a lot of Storage Academy. The Plume are trying to hold. The Modao did wonderful work here. The Orochi are trying to hold as well. PBS is running in with Tiger Leopard Cav. More and more Cav just running through here. Storage Academy got what they wanted though.
B-Point is being captured, meanwhile.
B-Boy's starting the capture here. The Glaive is trying to get there. There is a short sword as well, but there's a dual blade with the Yanya Dao on that point. That dual blade will be doing wonderful work there, clearing anybody who comes in. The short sword will be living a long time there though, because it's a short sword and you are a dual blade. Unfortunately, you will not be able to kill him that quickly, but the Tiger Leopard Cav is still jumping around, dealing good damage. Short sword is 1 HP, dual blade onto 1 HP, gets him down finally. Capture starting once again here. PBS needs to get here, and they are slowly getting here one by one. They are getting here, so they're doing a little bit of trickling. It's very risky. Fighting over that supply is happening as well, but they have not gotten their supply back as Story Endurance Academy is getting their respawns in. Reinforcements coming in, swarming all around. PBS is forced to go to this B point, not able to really dedicate the forces getting back to their own supply.
And right now also fight happening at A, so everywhere has been fought. But right now we are focusing on that B point because that's a deciding factor. PBS has to hold
Tiger
on to,
and Leopard Cav.
So much cavalry. And the B point once again wiped, and I don't see anyone anywhere close. So that one might be the 3rd point capture. And it's starting already. A Bastard Sword could try to run there, but not deciding to do so. And that's the B point. Also captured. And still, unit numbers advantage, 3rd point will be captured. And you know what? Story enjoyers, they don't let the pressure go away. They are just pushing straight to the end point, forcing PBS to also fight there. And that's just the percentage ticking down, 80% left. And still, PBS at risk here at their own home point, and they have no cavalry to really rush onto the B point. So they will have to stick with the infantry and have to go to the slow, let the points tick down and make sure they get the better trades to, in the end, get the percentage back into their favor.
I mean, Story Endurance Academy is really not letting PBS out of their spawn either. This is so hard for PBS to really make any plans where Story Endurance Academy just has Cav swarming around. It looks like PBS will be trying to go for the C point. It is the closest point here. And Story Endurance Academy is just kind of having Cav nearby. They're not really focused too much about it, but we're already down to 30%. The Tiger Leopard Cav charging through meets another Tiger Leopard Cav. We'll lose that trade, unfortunately, for Story Endurance Academy, but we're already down to 20%. This looks like it's already over. They can't capture a point
anymore. They can't capture a point with this remaining time. That is GG's. Well played. PBS can't capture those points fast enough. And with that, the percentage are gone. And Story Enjoyers Academy with their rush. They have, I think, the first time I've ever seen a grasslands being ended on 0%.
I think we saw it a little bit earlier with the EU games on the group stages. It went to a 0%. I think also NA went to a 0%. But yeah, it has been a while since we have seen it. Anyway, sorry, a little bit going over there. MVPs though, poor but sexy MVP. 422, 92 unit kills. MVP of our Glaive trying his best to get PBS up there, but you know, and the S rank as well as we go down to Bravo. As our other S rank 120 most contribution and most assist points 120 81 unit kills. Good job by our short sword, probably did a lot of blocking there as well. We're not gonna go Casper this time. He looks like he had a rough game. We'll go to Sangrita 124 106 unit kills. Good job by our another Glaive player having 159,000 unit hero damage. Just a good stats all around. Just doesn't seem like it was enough for PBS there. Losing a lot of lives rotations. As we go over the Story Droids Academy B as our MVP, 215, 100 unit kills. Fairly good stats for our Bastard Sword player. But especially considering what kind of a speed run this was, pretty good stats. As we go down to Kaijex as our most valuable tank, 116, 40 unit kills. Great job by Kaijex there. This Bastard Sword doing Bastard Sword things. As we go to our most kills here in the match, Maviden as 601, 82 unit kills. Great job by our Bastard Sword finding those kills where he could, hunting down the lives of the innocent. As we go to our post-battle analysis, red is PBS.
Oh yes, and you can see it, the trade was kind of even all the time. PBS was losing a bit more in most of the fights, but in the end, the unit trade was not the deciding factor. But I feel like at the moment that Story Enjoyers Academy had the percentage advantage, they had just so much cavalry that no matter where PBS were going, they were just being intercepted by cavalry. They had no chance reaching the target. And with that, Story Enjoyers Academy made sure they were able to capture the B point while still pressuring the end point and holding A and C. And I feel like that's exactly why you see so much cavalry usually on grasslands, because you can just out-rotate everything. You can just be everywhere at once, because at the moment a unit is running, for example, some of those Spartans are running without fadings or Modaus, I think it's only Modaus here, in them, they will just be targeted immediately and the Modaus will have no chance reaching them in time.
Yeah, I mean, this was, like I said at the start, this game, Grasslands is usually decided at the first minute or two of the match, and we really saw it here. Yeah, these fights are even, but there's a 14 hero kill difference, and with the cav of Story Droids Academy, they were just able to rotate a lot faster than PBS, so they're just unable to, PBS was just not able to keep up with all this cav, even with their trading evenly. Once they were on the back foot, they could never get off of the back foot. They really needed the C point. They could not give up the supply. They gave up supply. They lost C. And that's really where it ended there. There is no hope for them to get back. They struggled as hard as they could to stay on this B point. It just wasn't enough. And once B was captured, they just could not get off of home because Story Enjoyers Academy did too good of pressure. That being said, we need to go quickly into our next matchup's bans, because we're going to be starting running really far behind here if we don't get over this really fast. This is going to be Yeah Buddy Academy versus Kermit on Sun City.
Yeah Buddy Academy?
Sorry, Yeah Buddy. Yeah Buddy.
Okay,
sorry.
okay. I was just wondering if I am.
Sorry, HLL had Yeah Buddy Academy, and Story Enjoyers Academy has Story Enjoyers has Story Enjoyers Academy. This is Yeah Buddy. Yeah Buddy versus Kermit here. Bands of Doppelslaughter, Iron Reapers, Sunward Phalanx, Queen's Knights, the Shenji Grenadiers, Tiger Leopard Cav with saves of Kudaliers and Spartans.
Yes, I kind of like the Doppelsöldner band because I just know Yeah Buddy likes to play some sneaky plays and don't like really the meta, because almost every one of them is capable to play almost every single unit in this game, and so they try to disrupt the, I would say, meta plays a bit, and I think the Doppelsöldners, they just play into the favor. They can just quickly strike the enemy and they save themselves Kudaliers, and I think that's also one unit they really love, because they can just strike at a point where the enemy is not prepared and then get away with a cheap unit lost and a ton of value gained. And I think that's exactly what Yeah Buddy usually does. They don't really go for the 15-on-15 fights, but they try to find the enemy on the rotation, on the retreat, anywhere they can where the enemy is not prepared to fight. And if they need to fight the enemy when he's prepared, then they will just set up a ton of artillery and bomb them out of their position.
I mean, we do have Phalanx ban, but we do have the Tiger Leopard Cav ban, so Cav isn't that great here. Cav is actually looking pretty good with the Phalanx ban, even though I think a lot of teams are favoring Modaus over Phalanx. Phalanx still being a good unit. Reaper is being banned, so a lot of that front line is that frontline damage dealers are gone, so we might be seeing the Zweihanders again. But Flames are available. They weren't banned this time. Shenji are banned. This is Sun City. I have seen some teams defend the towers here, breaking the towers, but I think a lot of teams are still going to be, giving up AB. AB hold floor, so that's why we're saving Couteliers. This does become a lot more of a field battle, so saving Couteliers does make sense. And I guess the Phalanx ban does confuse me a little bit, be more of a field battle. I feel like Mondaos are a little bit more valuable, but maybe yeah, but he just doesn't like their Phalanx players, so they just banned Phalanx instead.
Yeah, and I mean, on the other side, the Shenji Grenadiers, that makes, of course, defending on the bottom of the stairs way easier, because with Shenjis above you, you can't hold the bottom of the stairs. You have to retreat from the Shenjis, and right now, I think you can, of course, bring Kokos, you can bring the Mortars, but then in the end, you can just stay on the supply point. You have some safe heavens there as well, and that just makes defending way easier. Queens, also strong infantry unit, and as you mentioned before, so the Reaper ban. I think we are really left with the Zweihanders and the Claymores, and yes, Spartan chosen saved as well. I almost forgot those one. Good, they saved them. Spartans, of course, also in the mix.
But with Couteliers saved, I'm sure Buddy has some plans with these Couteliers. It's definitely a weird thing to save here. Not many teams are banning Couteliers. They are game banned a little bit, but not a tremendous amount. I feel like they could have saved their save for something else, but I don't know exactly how the order went. So maybe, well, they saw Tiger, they saved Couteliers, and then Tiger and Leopard were banned. We'll never really know. Back to our heroes. Hello, everybody. Back to our cameras here. Look at the ready check. This does still look like we have quite a bit of time here. Neither team is readied up here. But I mean, yeah, buddy versus KERM at Sun City. I don't think I've really seen Sun City be played too much in the competitive scene. I do know that some teams love doing tower denial on this map, and some teams just kind of play it like ranked, where you give up A, B, and kind of just defend on the floor. What are you thinking? What do you think? If you're a captain of these teams, what's your plan for the defense?
If I'm a captain of a team, I would definitely go to the supply point, but probably that's exactly why I'm not a captain of those teams. I feel like Dunkel, the captain of Yeah Buddy, will just once again do something completely crazy. He's just the guy for the crazy plays, I would say. He was, I think, the first one going on Hidden City for the trap destruction and then holding the top of the walls. And I feel like we will see something crazy again. Maybe a 15 Coutelier Sally out of the city, maybe a destruction of the traps, maybe just, I don't know. I have literally no idea. Dunkel just surprises me every single time we see him, and I feel like he will not let us down here.
Yep. I did hear that we are going into the lobby here, so we will be seeing this very shortly, what these two teams have planned for us. This is Yeah Buddy on the attack first, so we will be seeing how Kermit does their defense. Will they be doing trap denial, like you said? Will they be doing tower denial? Will they be doing a Sally? There is a lot of things. This is Sun City. It is one of the maps of sallying because of that side gate at the B area, so see exactly what these two teams have in store for us as we go into this. And I'm already seeing Silidars. Wow, Kermit is going crazy with these off things. I see Silidars, I see Zweihanders.
Yeah, I love the Silidars, but you know what I love more, because I really love playing the unit myself? It's the Flames. They have 3 times Flames. I just love the animation when they shoot. I just love the damage output and the CC they deliver. And I think overall, it's just a great unit. It's just a bit squishy. And I think against all those strong Yeah Buddy heroes, and especially I'm looking here at Amia on the dual blade, you really have to keep an eye on your special units, because otherwise they are gone. And not even only Amia, because we have 5 times muskets. And you know what? Flames tend to explode in your own units if they get set on fire.
Yeah, 5 muskets. I doubt Buddy's going to have 5 muskets, especially Anya is definitely not a musket player. They are a dual blade player. So I think this is just musket to start, break the starting artillery, and then go back to your main class. I wasn't paying too much attention to Kermit's starting units. I don't know if there was a Sally in our future, in our stars aligned here. But I mean, still, yeah, you definitely have to worry very much. I mean, 3 flames, you bring a flame, a push, which is definitely a good thing to do. Flames, as you said, it's a very strong unit. Got a little bit weaker with the introduction of the yellow turbines. That unit removing fire and having CC immunity to everybody.
That's just the perfect counter against flames, but I didn't see them here in the setup of Buddy, but I didn't pay attention, to be honest, so they might be in there. And I think I would really love the 15 Kutsulia Sally out, even though we are not seeing it here. I think I would do it myself if I would be captain. I would just be crazy. I would say, guys, I'm not the greatest captain, so we are not doing great things. We are doing crazy things. And
we're doing crazy things. We're selling with 15 Kutsulias.
Yes, yeah. I think that would be my play. I would just love to see it here. Just to bring some joy to the casters, to make their life a bit more happy.
Yes, a Sally is always fun to see. Shred denial by Kermit.
Oh, I didn't expect Kermit to do it. I expected Buddy to do it. But that makes perfect sense, of course. With the flames also being played, you can utilize the flames perfectly on the towers. You just have to get a good target to shoot at, otherwise it will just shoot at their feet. And
I don't know how much I really feel about this, though. These towers are the good towers where you could stand on top of them, so muskets are going to have a good time shooting these flames.
Absolutely.
It's very risky. Very risky to be doing a tower denial. We have broken 5 of the trebs. We're down to only 3 remaining here. Kermit has 2 artillery pieces left, but it does look like most of the artillery has been broken.
Yes. So, and I think, I mean, Kermit is a great team, don't get me wrong, but I think against somebody like Buddy, you kind of have to get crazy. You have to get off the default playstyle, because in the default playstyle, Buddy practice it 100 times or more. They are playing together for more than a year now. They just know exactly how to play the default. So not playing the default, I think that could work. Or maybe it's the only thing that could work, at least.
Right, it definitely kept Buddy off guard here, and Buddy down to 1 treb. So this treb denial has done wonders here. Obviously not breaking all the trebs kind of sucks, but breaking all but 1, it's basically like breaking all the trebs. One ball is usually not going to do that much to you. These trebs are wildly inaccurate. You've seen many trebs, you think, oh, that's a great treb, and only 1 ball really hits the blob. So they've definitely minimized their risk going down to only 1 treb.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And it feels like that treb really stays alive. And right now, Kermit is setting up on the A point. We'll see if Buddy really wants to attack this A point, because there is, of course, also a B point available. And they could just rotate there, but if you're rotating on the outside of this wall, you will always have a longer way. So the defense should be able to always rotate with the attackers, just considering they are in the inner circle while the attackers are
Buddy has gone through B gate.
And that of course is something you can't out-rotate if you don't even see it coming.
Yeah, so Buddy will be getting this B point, and Kermit's still on A. I mean, if Buddy gets B, Kermit can't stay at A. But
they can just go to C, and they will.
Buddy just goes to C after this. Kermit's still just sitting here at A. Doesn't look like they're rotating anything. They're just still chilling here at A. The call has to be coming here soon of, hey guys, we've lost B. We can't sit here at A any longer.
They didn't capture
Cap
B?
stops happening here. A little bit of distraction there.
Bit of a miscommunication, I think.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication. Let's get off of this. Treb coming in. big ball. Oh my god.
Oh my god. You
They
have
threaded
one
the-
trap here, buddy. How do you hit it like that? How?
Someone's been practicing that specific trap, and Kermit's still at A. The C is getting captured. Kermit's still at A.
Yeah.
They
now
are finally
retreating.
leaving A.
And that's one of the situations where Yabadi just love to play against a spread out team. They are just perfect capable of doing this one because Kermit, look at that one. That's
they gave up
200
supply.
meters of units. And yeah, there comes the push. Yabadi has the supply. Yabadi now kills 2 units here in the back. And Kermit has no way of turning around because they are 2 split. So that's 2 units completely lost. 13 versus 15. They will probably also lose those Siladars and maybe the Spartans. And that's exactly what Yabadi loves. They are just going in here and are fighting with the numbers advantage. But on this point, that's numbers advantage for Kermit, at least for the next 5 seconds.
Yeah, over the next 5 seconds, yeah, Kermit has an advantage, but they've already given up the inner supply, so they have to go all the way back to home to get a new unit. And this, I mean, everybody's coming in here, and look at the Berserkers and the Claymores. That's a very hefty, tanky front line that loves these brawls. The Siladars are trying to do something, but they just are not able to do enough here as these Berserkers just clean through all of Kermit. Kermit's gone. All the units are gone. They did not last even a second there. And there's already a Yabadi short sword on the supply back by home.
Yeah, they're looking for the end point. That's just a clean rush here of this map. They're just blocking the supply. They are going to the end point. And yeah, end point capture will start in a few seconds.
Yeah,
but he doesn't even need to resupply here.
So Yabadi doesn't even have supply. They don't even have A. That is how decisive this is going. They don't even have A. Home point will get half captured. Kermit is trying to get back there. They spawned all Cav. There's a Madao brace though in front, so the Cav can't charge there. The Treb just goes into this Cav.
It's
this is just such beautiful play. Unfortunately, Yabadi will get wiped here. Stalled a lot of time, but Kermit is now able to get back in here. Actually, wait a minute. Berserkers are living.
I was thinking the same. It's like, oh, cavalry is standing, berserkers are eating, they are filling up HP, but yeah, you're right.
All done. The berserkers are trying to live. I mean, these berserkers are just okay. Berserkers. So what are these berserkers on? Who trained these berserkers? They are still living. They're still doing great things. They will finally go down here. Yeah, but he gets their pulls. Still blocking the supply of Kermits, getting their full pull. They're all regrouped here. I mean, this is.
But somebody has to explain me how Yabadi's hitting all of those traps. I mean, it's only one shell. How do you get the value? How?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a place trap, and it's just 50 units being hit by one shell. It's just one.
Something. Yeah, I mean, one Treb. I mean, if it's me shooting, I shoot it at the exact spot, and my Treb hits a building. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
they do it, and it's like the most beautiful Treb spot you've ever seen. Hits perfectly in the middle of all the units, stunning all of them. And it's just like, man, I dream of Trebs like that.
Yeah, I think
I could have all my Trebs, and I still never get that.
My Treb would just say, no, I'm not going alone, and just shoot himself. He would just take himself out of the equation.
Yeah, exactly. 2 Kermit already going down there. They failed the death match.
Yeah.
This is...
Yeah, buddy, let's see. Where does the next trap come? And does it land perfectly?
Okay. Treb coming in immediately.
Okay, that's
coming
a good
right
position.
there. Surely this doesn't hit it. Oh, don't do it to me. Don't do it. Oh my. Oh, no. Where is it? Oh, my God. Once again, a beautifully timed Treb. These guys just... flames are now popping out. Cav coming in. Dagger Axe in the back of Yabadi, though. Does great damage. Yanni now trying to do some... That's actually Sebahi by Brunhild. Charging in and jumping over everything. The flames are going. The shoots and dingers are shooting. The Celadars are cleaving. You see their sickles going straight through. But there's fighting going on in my background as the but the front line is going bad. These Silidars just don't have the damage to get through the front line of Yabba. There's just too much damage reduction, too high of defenses, and these Silidars will go down. Kermit will go down here. 8 heroes alive. All they could do is try to stall this point as long as possible, but they just do not have the heroes. They do not have the units. The Codaliers are trying to make it. They charge all the way through, but it will not be enough.
I have no words how that many units survived. I mean, that was just like flames, 10 units of Silidars, everything just chopping on the units of Yabadi, and Yabadi was like, yeah, we will just stand here, wait until your abilities run out, and then we will wipe you and have everything still alive.
Yeah, really just insane plays by Yabadi. I don't know how they did it, but beautiful stuff here. As we go to our MVPs, Yabadi MVP, Social Hippie, 2011, 113 unit kills of our Musket player, doing 579,000. Great job by Social Hippie here. As we go down to Java Mole as our most valuable tank and contribution points, getting that medal as well, taking 5.5 million damage, dealing 022, 7 unit kills. Thank you. This was probably our supply blocker. He killed 3 Sipahees. This guy's a monster. How dare you kill Sipahees? Still probably did a lot of the supply blocking. Wonderful job by Buddy there. As we go down to Clapper Drogon as our most valuable assist player, getting a lot of probably the healing and buffing units, doing almost 500,000 as a Bastard Sword. Wonderful stats by Clapper Drogon. As we go over to the Kermit side, oh gosh, I have these Kermit Salty Planta as our MVP here. It's doing a Bastard Sword 111, 68 unit kills, 251,000 damage. It's taking a little bit of damage as well. Doing pretty good stats all around. As we go down to say 213, 52 unit kills, Bastard Sword. Do a good job as well trying to hold up for Kermit here. Getting pretty decent stats by Say here. We'll go to the Chinese, the characters at the bottom, 113, 71 unit kills. I do not know how to read those symbols. But Dual Blades, 113, 71 unit kills, still good jobs trying to hold on as much as possible. Did 200,000, so a very respectable amount of damage from our Dual Blades. As we go to our post-battle analysis, yeah, buddy is red.
Oh, yes, and you can see it here, just 3 minutes, 4 minutes of nothing, and then yeah, buddy explode. They go on to see. You can also see it in the picture there. All those blue dots from Kermit retreating, they just retreated way too late. I mean, what were they thinking there that yeah, buddy would do? They would just not ignore the C point being wide open, and then Kermit retreating with all of the units spread out. Yeah, buddy just went in, took a huge unit lead, and just went with it to the end, not letting down the pressure once. 19-9 hero kills, quite low on both sides there, and I feel like that was just due to the fact the match was over so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, with only 19 hero kills, the match is over basically before it started. There is nothing really happy. I mean, we saw exactly at the start as well. Yeah, buddy's positioning. They got B, and they have captured C. And Kermit was still on A, like, all right, guys, we're gonna fight at A. And Kermit was just wait a minute, we're losing C. They were forced to go to C. They had to give up supply because all 15 of them went to C, so they gave up supply, so they couldn't hold C anymore. So they were forced all the way back to they were forced to a C fight, and no team ever wants to fight. No defender ever wants to fight at C, even with Trebs destroyed. We all know if you fight at C, you lose it. So they're forced back to home, but their supply was being blocked. Like, it was just such a beautifully executed attack by Yeah Buddy. Like, I don't think you could ever perform anything better than what was just shown to us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just figuring out B point is wide open. You send in people through the gate and then up the stairs, not even trying to rotate over there, but just surprising the defense. I'm not sure if they even had those heroes and units on their minimap because nobody was even close there. And I feel like that was just really what caught Kermit off guard. They were ready. I would expect to rotate on the walls with the main blob from Yeah Buddy, but they were not ready for the 5 people solo push up the walls. I think they could have went for the Sally out down the stairs. That could have worked. Pushing down the siege tower, but also that fight is never in your favor because you're just going into a whole lot of pikes on the bottom, and that's just the one thing where they would have fought 15 versus 10, but I feel like Yeah Buddy would have just retreated and retreated more and more and would have just captured C and then the endpoint. So also that not really possible. And with that, I feel like there was just nothing Kermit were able to do in that position apart from maybe rotating to see earlier and figuring out, okay, we got surprised. We just fall back immediately.
Yeah, and I think this was also a little bit of a comp differential. We saw where Kermit brought Silidars, and I mean, these Silidars, they're okay. They do okay things, but it just, like, Claymore's Berserkers. It was just too much. Claymore Berserkers, Spartans, Plume Guard, I think, were also available. So, I mean, these Silidars love these sustained fights, but they don't love it as much as Berserkers do. Berserkers, they adore these sustained fights. And they just didn't bring Berserkers, and Berserkers are going to win this exchange almost every time. Silidars do not have the burst to get through Berserker healing and their damage reduction, especially with Claymore buff. You have to ban Claymores if you're going to be bringing Silidars. I think that's just a requirement here. If you're thinking of bringing Silidars, bring Zweihanders instead, especially when Claymore is available. I think that Kermit was wanting a sustained fight, and unfortunately, Yeah Buddy brought a better sustained fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Berserkers, they would not win in the one-on-one engagement against the Silidars, but with all the shields in front of them and the Claymores, you mentioned it, they can just heal them up every single time they get a bit of damage, and after that, the shields already marched in front of them again and tanked the rest of the damage, so the Silidars would have to one-hit, basically, the Berserkers, and that will just never happen.
And Silidars are not that kind of unit. They'll slowly chip you down, but they are not I'm gonna instantly kill your unit. I mean, you got 6 seconds of them doing their good damage, which they do hit 5 targets with it, but I mean, Silidars, if you ever play that unit, aren't very good at all of their units getting damage. They're very spread out with their damage, even if as a circle, they're not that great of getting all their damage hit. So it just wasn't enough. Would have loved to see bringing Zweihanders. If you want to sustain, you could have brought Varangian Guard. They are a little bit more sustained, and they have the burst you are looking for, even though they are a more sustained unit. So these Silidars were not the answer. Got to go back to the drawing board for current. Maybe you go Varangian. Maybe you say, we're done with this gold unit. We're just going to go to Berserkers, Claymores, and say this works.
Yeah, absolutely. Or at the end, go to Cavalry and hope that the enemy brings not enough anti-cav, because Spartans, they tend to survive Cavalry if it's not too much. Berserkers can survive as well, but we have seen the one time where Kermit brought in all the Cavalry. They lost it, but they also got, in the end, in the analysis, we have seen that was the one time where Kermit was in the lead in the unit kills. I mean, of course, they were going up against a weakened Yeah Buddy setup that already took 3 points from them, but I feel like the only answer would have been Cavalry.
Yeah, I mean, Cav is Cav. Cav will always do some great things. Maybe bring some more Tiger Leopard. Maybe bring Yan Yadao. Maybe bring a different Cav. I think that's really the only 2 gold Cavs we could bring. Maybe bring a Monastic. I don't know. We did see Sipahis be brought, and I mean, Sipahis are very good when there's no phalanx, because Sipahi can usually charge through Modao no problem. They have a little bit of they have crowd control immunity when jumping, so they don't care about Modao as much. But I just don't know. I think they just have to go back to the drawing board and figure that out. This could just be a massive skill difference. I mean, Yeah Buddy is, again, one of the top 2 teams. Story enjoys Yeah Buddy a top 2. And Kermit is a good team. Don't get me wrong. They're a very good team, but top 2 team.
Yes,
Very hard.
absolutely.
Always very hard.
And I think we can see what Kermit figured out for the attack as we're going to the unit selection screen, and we will see if Kermit brings the same units once again, or if they changed something to maybe fit the fight a bit better.
Yeah, I really hope we are not going to be seeing these Solidars, but I do see. They have. Yeah, I'm still seeing quite a few Solidars. It didn't work out for them before. I'm just not really much of a fan of these Solidars with this composition, especially with Spartans. I don't think Spartans plus Sillies are good. Plume plus Solidars, I think, is better, but.
I do like the flames, though. Once again, Kermit brings the flames. I did like them before. It just felt like they didn't really have the impact against the Spartans, because Spartans can just block the flame fire so effectively and just trade the damage between all of them and just heal it up again. And that's just a big problem. Leaving Spartans open and then going with flames, it's really hard. I don't see any really surprising strategy in the defense. They bring some mortars, they bring some culverins. I would assume they are not even going for the tower destruction, or maybe only one time. So yeah, we will see what Yeah Buddy brings, but this feels like a pretty decent just hold supply, hold C point setup.
And I mean, we saw as well, Yeah Buddy is bringing Claymore Berserker yet again, bringing those 2 units as a combo as their damage dealing units. So that will be their sustained damage fight there. Claymores get that burst tankiness so that the Berserkers can get their stacks up. And B-Rush?
Oh, B-Rush. Once again, something special. I think Yeah Buddy's ready for it. They have their Spartans, Stalwarts, shield combination, plus the Claymores Berserkers out already, and a unit of flames, so they are just so ready for this, and I'm not sure if Kermit expects them to be that ready.
I don't think Kermit realizes how long it takes to break this gate. They already tread, but most of the trebs can't hit this gate, so you have to get on your starting army or place artillery of your own. And there's Yeah Buddy.
Setup, and the flames are
stalwarts.
Oh my goodness! And that's
look at that stalwart. Yeah,
I like the call. I do like the call from Kermit. They know they can go for the rotation. Yeah, but he will not hunt them because they don't want to expose themselves to the traps. I just don't like the commitment to it in the first place.
I think I enjoy this mostly because it got a tower to land, and I think that's what Kermit was doing. They weren't actually ever going to push this. They were never going to go through this gate, but it forced all of Yeah Buddy to 15-man rotate, or at least 12-man, because I see some muskets on the wall. You know, they had to force a lot of Yeah Buddy down. So this tower is basically guaranteed to land, which is what Kermit wants. They don't want to go through this tower denial phase. They just want a tower to land, and they got a tower to land. They did use use a cannon, but you have 30 pieces of artillery. You're not really worried about placing a cannon if it's to get your objective, is to get this tower.
Yeah, absolutely. The Matsudatori will get wiped, but I think Kermit is not that much hurt with some Matsudatori being killed here. And the one thing I dislike about this is, yes, you have one tower landed, but now you are starting with the front 2 towers, and Yeah Buddy basically gets one destroyed set of front towers for free without using a single piece of artillery.
Yeah, this is definitely...
You're starting now at the time where usually you get your second set.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of a stall. I don't like it as much, but maybe they... What is Yeah Buddy doing?
For the Brashio? That's just
Achilles for the Brashio. I hate for the Brashio.
That's just exactly what Yabadi does every single time. One single unit exposed anywhere, and they will just kill it because they know every single unit can make the difference. And that's one of the things why Yabadi is so incredibly strong. I mean, what are you doing next Kermit? You have just literally no chance to do anything against this. That's just a free unit for Yabadi, and you can't do anything.
Yeah, I guess he was just caught a little bit off guard. It's kind of weird having a Fort Brashu just kind of chilling there anyways. You can see where all of Kermit's already at this right tower. So the call was made quite a long time ago. Hey guys, get away from this B side. That Fort Brashu staying there is very confusing for me, but I guess he just got a little bit lost. And
I feel like those photo brushes were there just to make sure nobody, like Amir, for example, goes out with a cavalry and just distracts your supply. I feel like that was the main focus. Just make sure that supply will not get captured. But yeah, guess who is out there?
yeah, a dual blade, probably Anya. Okay, close up. Yep, yeah. It's Anya.
Who else? And that's exactly what they tried to not let happen, but he will just gladly take that outside space because it feels like 99% of the matches Amir is out there taking the supply point outside and yeah, just bringing a cavalry going into the flank. And
yep. Dual blade being a nuisance.
Kermit now has no supply point basically because Amir could distract that supply point outside, but it feels like he doesn't even want to.
Yeah, kind of just standing around out there, just running around, being a dual blade, getting a view of the scenery, kind of looking at the trebs. Could have brought in a unit, maybe bring in Wu Wei and start breaking the trebs if they really felt ambitious there. Obviously not going to do that, but it would be really funny. Also, this is strange for me, buddy. Oh. They're giving up supply.
Yeah,
they gave up A, like which I get. Give up B, I get. Supply?
I feel like they feel in a good position right now. They have delayed quite some time without using the artillery. And I think they are now in a safe position. They have the shitstealers, but they don't reach with the artillery. And now you can see them. They have to move because of the artillery. And if Kerr plays this correctly with the artillery, with the units, they could be in an advantageous position here. They could. But yeah, but I know one interview with Dunkel. He said he's always watching for traps. Always. And they have a dedicated person all the time, even when the fight is going on, to tell them where's the trap going to land. And catching Yabadi off guard with traps is just almost not going to happen. I'm even surprised they lost some berserkers before to the trap. But yeah, those traps without a fight are almost never going to land. And that's also something that just makes Yabadi very strong.
Yeah, having a dedicated treb watcher, so you don't have to worry about these trebs. I feel like a lot of teams probably aren't having someone dedicated looking at trebs, so that's definitely something that puts them a step above. So Kermit taking their sweet time here.
That's Amia.
Amia, you're a little stuck. Oh, Amia goes down. A little bit too much harassment, had a little bit too much of the funny gas, and goes down there. Probably got hit by a choke ult, considering it's Amia. Amia usually gets out of everything, but probably got hit by a choke ult. Got stuck there. And unfortunately went down. Kermit now 15 for 14. Power play here. Where are we going? Treb coming. This Treb isn't going to hit anything, but Treb coming in. You gotta be okay. Okay. Babylon almost walked into it.
I was thinking, is that trap good because it was so badly placed? Because they think the trap is going to hit them and then move into that empty space. But no, he just watched out for the trap. And
it was a very close trap. We saw it almost hit Babylon, but Babylon was able to react just in time to be able to do it. Another trap coming in here from Salty Planta.
And
Oh, this
that one
trap
could
might hit the
potentially get
shoots.
some-
It's the
Oh,
these
yes.
shoots do not like the trap, but yeah, gotta
And the
quit. Oh
mortar.
my! Alright, the
That's a
shoots
good
are definitely
position now.
worried as we go into our engagement here. Immediately coming out, the stalwarts are bracing into this. This is just a heavy infantry meeting, heavy infantry. A little bit of stalwarts out of the back there. And
And some
which side
mortars
will
behind
win?
it.
Spartans are walking through a very laggy fight. The Cudaliers from behind are 1 FPS going in, and they will go all the way through Yeah Buddy's backline. Now, this is already looking very favorable for Kermit. Fight's going on long, but I believe the Berserkers from Yeah Buddy are still living, and there's no DPS to kill these Berserkers. They're just fully charged. They're fully raged. They're going. They're killing, but they're slowly dying out. The Modals are full defense stacked. The Plumes are still alive, so they are able to slowly kill the Berserkers. That's why as well. The Yorkers charge. The
And
Yorkers
they
dismounted before they
jump.
fully got in.
Why?
Yorkers just jumped down before they fully go through. That was that was Kermit's Yorkers. I thought it was Kermit. I thought it was Yeah Buddies. So Kermit's good. I mean, Kermit won it. They got C.
Kermit got it, but that Yorkers were like, no, we don't want to charge with our horses. Our horses are expensive. We will just dismount and then walk into that fight, even though it looked so promising with the charge. But
Yeah,
of
Buddy
course,
having a short sword on the C point, stalling a little bit here, getting it so that Yeah Buddy could actually get the rest of the respawns
yeah, absolutely.
and a good respawn here. Where will Yeah Buddy? I mean, Kermit won that engagement, but look at the units. I mean, they do have the gold advantage, purple advantage down, but we already knew that they would be down purple advantage, and then the rest of the units fairly even. So
I
yeah,
think
this
Kermit has some numbers advantage because the most advantage comes from blue units in terms of total units for Yeah Buddy. And gold is in favor of Kermit and purple is in favor of Yeah Buddy, but those trade-offs are quite even in numbers. And golden units are just in general stronger. The one thing Kermit now has to worry about are those blue units, because that's of course not just blue pikes that just fight. That are those Schutzdieners, those Doppelsöldners, those units. Okay, Doppelsöldners are banned, but you get those units that buff or debuff, and they can be very effective.
the supporting units are usually in that blue tier, so a little bit more supporting units on the Yeah Buddy side. Kermit once again taking their time. They are fully grouped up. One guy is going back to supply, so he didn't get the memo, but they are fully grouped up yet again. But they're spending a lot of the time. I mean, they have 6.5 minutes, so you know, a good amount of time, but we're kind of just standing around in the main street waiting for everybody to gather. I mean, this is basically 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes that we've spent regrouping for this push. A lot of time that we've spent here.
Absolutely, and you can see Yeah Buddy setting up artillery for exactly that push, but they are not really utilizing it, so might not be the end of the world here. Kermit also setting up artillery. They still have plenty of it, so even if Yeah Buddy decides to fall back to the end point after Kermit set up 10 pieces of artillery, they still have another 10 in the pocket. Okay, now they are at the exactly 10 pieces of artillery mark. And the first shots are just way
These are
too far.
so far.
I mean, they are not going to hit anything.
Yeah, Kermit has the artillery advantage, so they could place this artillery and be fine, but I don't know how I feel about going in an arty phase right here. Like, even if you win this fight, you're going to spend about 2.5 minutes, and all you get is the supply. And now you're down to 3 minutes, maybe 2.5. And it's not a lot of time to push the home.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're not doing a full arty.
You said it. They don't.
Now we're walking in front of muskets.
I mean, Yeah Buddy can just stand on the supply and just have the Schutzdieners just heal all the time and just get this healing. Another trap. Will they see it coming?
I think this trap was too late. Oh, that bastard sword got hit by the trap. Hit some Zwei's. Yeah, I think that trap was just way too late to really get any value. Engagement coming out from Yeah Buddy, sending the stalwarts into the front line of Kermit. That trap is way too far off to the side.
And the flames
Flames burning the front line of Yabadi. Actually, it's pretty good treb. It got, oh my, that treb was way better than I initially thought it would be. As the engagement comes out, the flames are cooking. Both sides' flames are cooking. I believe that was Yabadi's side that got all the way through to Kermit. Probably hit a little bit of the flames as well. As this engagement goes on, the Berserkers are fully charged. The Ys are swinging. The Claymores are charged. The Silidars are cleaving. And this looks like it will be going in favor of Kermit this time.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Through.
And that's a wipe. That's a clean wipe, and they can now step onto the endpoint. Yabadi, though, 14 heroes alive, so those heroes, they are just at the supply, and I don't think Kermit has somebody to block the supply. Or am I wrong? I don't see really anyone from Yabadi pulling in.
No, they are not supply blocking.
I think that was the heroes that died before. That was supply blocking heroes. 3 minutes. And
3.5 minutes.
Half the endpoint to cap.
I've got it here. Kermit already on a hero disadvantage, though, as this last scramble fight engages. Kudaliers from Yabadi coming in, getting massive clears, killing all of Kermit's units. 3 minutes on the clock, forcing Kermit to do a hard reset here as Yabadi sallies out. They do not want Kermit to regroup here. They are going fully out. They are cleaning every single one of Kermit. They are not letting them regroup for free. And yeah, I mean, that's 5, maybe 6 heroes. Yeah, 7 heroes of Kermit alive remaining. They didn't get the supply near home. And this is going to be another like minute and a half to regroup and get everything back. That doesn't look like anybody is out of the fight. Some people are on their last life, but I mean, Yabadi just executed Kermit.
Yeah, I think Yabadi once again, seeing those 3 units, seeing those 3 heroes once again doing Yabadi things and just wiping those. 1 unit of cavalry going in, that one will be wasted completely. You can see it on the C point, and numbers advantage, I would say right now in favor of Kermit, because you can see they have 140 more tier 5 units against 100 less tier 4. They should have the numbers count, but Yabadi being such a strong team, 2 minutes on the clock, I feel like the time will be the problem.
Oh my god, these Kudaliers killed 3 of Kermit before they even got. Kermit's just way too far forward and dying to this camp. And now you're 3 people down to this immediate push. 12v15, let's see how they go. Cav going everywhere. Engagement happening. The Silidars are going once again. The Yang Yadao go clean through these Modao all the way through Yabadi, but will it be enough? The Yabadi got pushed back, but now they are pushing through to Kermit. The Kudaliers from Yabadi go into the back of Kermit. These Modao are trying to hold strong, but there's just too many Spartans. There's Berserkers and Spartans going through it, and Kermit is getting forced out of this fight. Losing 3 heroes early really costs a lot in this fight as they all go down, already down to 8 heroes alive. Dagger coming in, Kudaliers coming in as well. The Cav is just charging all the way through. And this looks like a clean 2-0. Yeah, buddy, win.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was exactly the point here. Those first Kudaliers killing 3 heroes, they were just fight changing. And that was just, it felt like already the end of this fight, because going in 12 versus 15 against Yabadi, and then being even flanked with another unit of Kudaliers in the back, Kermit didn't have a good fight there. Let's say it like that. It was just way too easy.
Just a little bit of a new players maybe positioning era, wanting to get far forward with your heroes, see what's happening, figure out how exactly you want to be playing the fight. And yeah, buddy, send those Kudaliers in. These Kudaliers aren't really meant to get much. They're just there to snipe heroes that are out of position too far forward, and that's exactly what they did. They found 3 Kermit out of position, and yeah, playing 3 people down. And like it's very hard play, 12-15.
Yeah, buddy, 2-0 victory, no more grasslands, even though I would have loved to see those 2 teams on grasslands. But yeah,
just a little bit too much unfortunate there. As we go to our MVPs, Kermit MVP Balor 0-1-10, 54 unit kills, did pretty good with also most valuable tank as well, taking 8.2 million damage, so taking a lot of damage for his team. Probably brought Plume and Spartan's very good frontline player there, along with being a glaive, so giving that damage buff as well. As we go down to Salty Planta, 238, 107 unit kills. Good job by our Bastard Sword, getting 703,000 unit damage. Amazing job by our Bastard Sword getting good damage, but it just wasn't enough. As we go to Darrowwald as our most valuable medal, contribution points. I gotta figure out what to actually call that medal later. 219, 50 unit kills. Bastard Sword, actually almost 500,000 damage, above 500,000 damage. So beautiful damage by Darrowwald there. Did wonderful work. As we go over to the Yeah Buddy side, Social Hippie as our MVP, 1010, 90 unit kills, 1.2 million damage from our musket. I mean, we saw where probably at that seaside, that home fight area, where he just sat on top of the overpass and threw some musket things. Did a lot of damage, sat padding there, and just muskets farming good as well. We'll go down to Assad of Babylon, 719, 102 unit kills. Beautiful job by our Bastard Sword of Babylon, getting 500, above 500,000 damage and 6 million damage taken. Great job. Also, I didn't realize this. Kermit brought Sipahi at one point, because this guy killed Sipahi. What a monster. Other MVP notable mentions. We'll go to Amiya. We haven't talked about Amiya, I don't think, yet. So he's at the top. 327, 51 unit kills. This is our dual blade that causes a ruckus in most people's backlines. Beautiful job by Amiya, as always. Not the highest of stats, but definitely does a lot of things where stats don't show how much of an impact he does. Going to our post-battle analysis. Kermit is red.
Oh, yes, and you can see it here already. The first for the brush shield that died, the little spike you can see there, and some Matalatori as well, but that's definitely not what changed this match. You can see here the first fight perfectly even. Nobody got really an advantage, but the second one, Kermit, just huge advantage, perfectly done here. And then I feel like they were just too hyped. They just went straight to the endpoint and gave Yabadi the ability to come back, wipe those units and push them all the way back, and then get even some kills on the respawners, and not even having the right supply points. So I feel like Yabadi, they just lost that fight, but they were able to recover. And with that, also 3 heroes being killed, 3 units that are not able to be controlled in that last fight. That's a 15 versus 12. You can see it there. Yabadis are not losing those advantageous fights. And hero kills wise, I'm not really sure who killed more heroes.
It's
Because
16 hero kill advantage of Yabadi. 14. Sorry, 14.
I always don't know. At some point, those numbers were swapped around, but I think
Yes. Red is the death count, but blue red bar is Buddy in this. So the red chart is Buddy, but the red death count is Kermit. So it gets a little confusing in there.
Perfect. Thanks for the explanation there. Buddy, definitely higher hero kill count. They are just always on top of the hero kills. And I feel like Kermit at some point had the advantage, but with that last fight, threw it away. Also 2 minutes, I'm not sure if they would have been able to get the endpoint capture, even if they would have won that fight. But of course, losing that fight was losing them all the hope. But with that, congrats to Buddy for winning this 2-0.
Yeah, exactly. It could sort of better. I mean, this just seemed like, Kermit was winning those battles, basically. It just seemed like they spent too much time just sitting around and waiting. We saw a lot of the time, especially that first push to home. They sat in the main street for like 2 minutes. Just sitting there, waiting to regroup. Someone got a little bit mispositioned, couldn't figure out where he wanted to go. I mean, if they spent a lot less time just worry about the positioning, we might have seen a completely different game here. But unfortunately, it seemed like Kermit just maybe a little bit of stress being against, one of the top two teams. Maybe just a little bit of coordination error. Our players are just not getting the calls they need, so we need to spend another minute making sure he's right. It just wasn't as fluid of a machine as they would have wanted to be here. They were winning these fights, but taking too long to get to the fights. Oh well, 0-2 in favor of Yeah Buddy. And yeah, I mean, that will be it for our this European segment for the Conquerors Blade League. I mean, these were beautiful matches. We had Story Enjoyers go 2-0, so some wonderful job with the Zweihanders. I believe they were Zweihander teams. A beautiful job by Story Enjoyers. And then we went to Copper Collectors versus LYNX. That was a very close matchup, which could have gone either way, but Copper Collectors pulled through, got a 2-0 on the good old Heilong Fjord. And then PBS versus Story Enjoyers Academy, we got a field battle. Love those grasslands. Just love grasslands every single time. Definitely a close battle. I mean, it looked like Poor But Sexy was going to get 2-0'd, but they were able to manage to scrape it back with 20 seconds on the clock. Got to the field battle, but unfortunately, we saw that field battle. Story Enjoyers Academy was dominating in the field. So, unfortunate there by PBS. And then we got to Yeah Buddy versus Kermit, where, I mean, Yeah Buddy is just proving how dominant they are. We saw especially with their trebs, one treb remaining, and they are still having the most beautiful of trebs I have ever seen in this tournament. Even with other teams, not having any of their trebs very good. We saw Kermit, they tried trebbing as beautifully, but they had all their trebs, and it was not. It didn't seem like it was doing as much valuable as Yeah Buddy's one treb. So just a little bit of coordination there. But that being said, that will be the European segment. We will see you in, I believe, 2 hours. Hold on, cameraman, is it 2 hours or 3 hours? 2 hours? 2 hours. So that will be 2 hours. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you back here in 2 hours. Alpha, do you have any closing statements for the people?
I have no statements. It was a pleasure casting with you. I really enjoyed it. That's what I want to say. And yeah, I will see if I will be here next week or not. Let's see.
Yes, we will hopefully see you next week, because I believe next week I will not be here. So you will be taking over and being the main guy here for next week. But yeah, that being said, guys, we will see you either later this evening for the Americas showing, or we will be seeing you next week for the next games of the European Conquerors Blade League. See you later. Bye.
Bye.
汉室倾颓，董卓乱京，暴政之下，天下震动，群雄并起，始争洛阳。虎豹所属 皆天下萧睿，天下萧睿，舍我其谁？虎豹雄姿，宰割天下。法体所向，皆为功勋。破地如虎。快上！再快点！对呀！虎豹雄姿，宰割天下。法体所向，皆为功勋。
Hi everyone, I'm Miles, producer of Conqueror's Blade: Three Kingdoms. Since our first teaser, many of you have been asking the same question: why does the new Three Kingdoms world need its own standalone client? In this video, I will walk you through exactly why. We've built a realistic Three Kingdoms world with over 60 cities alongside a massive visual overhaul. But it's not just about the visuals. The Three Kingdoms era was all about warlords colliding in one massive, chaotic war. Our old multi-channel system split players up. It just didn't fit that vision. So we removed it. Now, every single player shares one unified map. You're stepping into a living world where you'll face rival factions, shifting borders, and real strategic choices. Terrain is no longer just for show. We've completely rebuilt the road system. If your army takes the main roads, you move faster and save food, but you're out in the open. Taking the rough terrain is slow and costly, but it keeps you hidden. We're also introducing a morale system. Combats aren't just about stats and skill anymore. If your army's morale breaks, you may lose the battle. Now, let's talk about heroes and units. The changes here are massive. We've redesigned weapons with new models, combat feedback, and skill sets. We're also bringing in the one-handed sword, twin sword, halberd, and the crossbow to give you a unique combat experience tailored to this world. For your armies, dozens of legendary units are joining the roster, like the Tiger and Leopard cavalry. We've scaled up unit sizes to make fights feel more intimidating. Recruitment is now tied to geography. You have to go to the Northwest region to recruit the Northwest Heavy Cavalry. Combined with authentic voice lines, your units feel like living armies. Next up is Faction War. The real charm of the Three Kingdoms is the politics, the dynamic shifts between allies and enemies. To capture that, we completely overhauled how factions work. NPC faction relationships are no longer static. They evolve based on the state of the war. Every alliance you make or city you attack can shift the balance of power on the server. Resources and the economy are now the backbone of the game. Every war you wage, unit you recruit, or siege engine you build relies on resources flowing across the world. This means players who prefer logistics and crafting are now absolutely essential to winning a war. We've added a stronghold construction system. Every city on the map can be upgraded and fortified by players. Cities won't just easily reset back to level 1. They are long-term strongholds that your faction needs to manage and defend. You'll also see a complete Han Dynasty military rank and official title system. From basic ranks to high officials, every battle you fight and contribution you make translates into real status and identity. Another huge addition to the world is the massive war zone, offering maps larger than 8 square kilometers. With expanded borders and complex routes, tactics completely change. There is a lot more room for frontline combat, backline support, and troop deployment. Terrain, logistics, morale, and tactics will decide the battle. By the time we built everything, this world had the sheer volume of a brand new game. And that is why it requires a standalone client to run properly. This DLC marks a massive new chapter for Conqueror's Blade's 7th anniversary. Alongside our upcoming anniversary events, we're also upgrading the CBL to match the feel of Three Kingdoms. One last thing. We've hidden a lot of Three Kingdoms Easter eggs out there in the world, crafted with a lot of love for the history. You'll find plenty to explore. Thanks for watching. I'm Miles. Let's look forward to the next 7 years of Conqueror's Blade.